something really nice. Even the smell of a new book. I love the smell of a new book.
Wait,
Um,
are you, when you got the books, did you open them up and smell them right away, or is that was that discovery later in in time?
well, I think that the smell of one that's come fresh from the printers is more intense than even the one you get at a bookshop. It sounds a bit dodgy. It sounds like I've got some kind of fetish for. Maybe I have. I don't know.
It's time for Gavin Doodle.
Hey, cool kids. Hey, uh, doodlers, gabadoodlers. Um, welcome, welcome. It's a Thursday afternoon. We are. Sorry, I'm trying to get the feed up here. There we go. It is a rainy day here on the East Coast. We have, I think, about an inch and a half or 2 inches of rain falling today. So, but the good news is it's cooler. It's cooler here. It's been in the upper 90s for the last few days, and which is sort of ridiculously hot. But now it's cooler, and I like it. So, welcome to Gavin Doodle. We have a lovely guest today that I will invite in just a second. But before I do that, I want to remind everybody that stuff goes up on YouTube. Again, as a reminder, it's Studio Hoffman on YouTube, but with two N's. But I somehow was posting them for like 2 months to private, and I didn't realize that I had not made them public. There was some button that got switched. So there are a bunch of them up there. If you haven't watched them in a while, they're probably easier to go through from front to back and whatnot because of scrolling and things of the sort. But that being said, I also have mentorships open. I have a few folks that are signing up now. I'll probably just continue those where I can fit them in. So if you're interested, please just DM me. And then also, as a heads up, on September 4th, I think it's September 4th, the next book in the Penny series comes out called Piggy Bank Saves the Day. And so I'll talk more about that as we get a little bit closer. But let me let our special guest in. Our special guest today is, there we go, Justin Worsley, who wrote this book right up my alley, Henry the Artistic Dog. And you'll notice there's some poo reference throughout that, some shapes of poo. That is sort of the jokes that are right up my alley. So I have a feeling we're going to get along great. But let me let Justin in. Well, first I'm going to put Ask Us Anything in the comments. So again, if you have questions, you put it in the comments and we will try to answer what we can. Ask us anything. Exclamation point. There we go. I'm going to pin that, and now I'm going to let in our guest. Okay, here we go. My dogs are going crazy upstairs right now. So Justin, there we go. I don't know if you can hear my dogs, but they are going crazy.
Hello.
Hello. How are
Hi.
you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for joining me. I have your lovely book here, Henry, in front of me, and so I was just telling people about it. And I must tell you, it's been christened by our family pet. When we get books, almost all of them get chewed on a corner by a cat.
Oh,
So
right.
you have made it. The cat have found love with your book as well,
Oh,
even though
I've
it's about
never
a
heard of
dog.
a I've never heard of a cat chewing books. That's normally something dogs or small children do.
No. In this case, it's our it's I don't even know which cat it is. I think it's our cat Beans, but she's chewed quite a handful of our picture books that we have here. So you got the honor of a few little nibbles out of the corner. Um, well, thank you for joining me. I'm happy to have you on. We're big fans of your work here in the house, and my wife was mentioning the other day um, how sort of your vibe online and my vibe that she sees like a I don't know, like
Right.
connection between partially
Yeah, a
book about poop.
synergy.
Yeah. But so today we're going to draw, we're going to talk, we're going to do all sorts of stuff. But can you tell everybody a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Right. Okay. Well, first of all, thanks for inviting me, and I'm amazed that you've managed to get hold of a copy of my book. So, because that's the the UK version, because it's not out in the States yet. It's
No, but
coming out in September in America.
oh well, we
Um,
we did order it from overseas, so it took longer to get to us, but it's here. So
well, thank you for going to that effort. Yes. Well, Henry is my first book. So even though I'm getting on in years, I'm in my 50s, I've only fairly recently taken up making picture books and being a children's book illustrator because, well, before that, I basically, my history, I'll try and cut it as short as possible, but I studied something called industrial design for industry, is what it was called,
yep,
at Polytechnic, or now it's called university. And basically, that's like designing products. So, designing anything from high end consumer products to furniture to cars, vehicles, anything that's manufactured. In fact, anything that is manufactured, really, normally a product designer's had, or an industrial designer's had hand in it at some point.
my
And
friend from college
yeah,
was an
so I kind of I didn't actually think, after starting university, I quickly realized that actually maybe this wasn't particularly suited to me. But I did like designing furniture, and I liked designing. I One of the projects I did at college was like I designed a kids clock radio as part entered to enter into a competition, and I really enjoyed that. So when I graduated, I kind of, well, there wasn't much work out there because it was the early 90s, which was Thatcher's Britain, and we were in a recession and there wasn't a lot of jobs available. So it took me a while to find a job in product design, and I was really interested in furniture, and the company I went to work for wanted me to work on office furniture, which initially I thought, well, office furniture is not that exciting, but at least it's furniture.
yeah.
But yeah, it fairly quickly turned out that it was really, I mean, just not my cup of tea at all. But I stuck it out. It was actually for a design consultancy, and amongst other things, they did do, they had some fairly interesting clients. So even though I was designing office furniture, occasionally I'd get to do something cool, like we did like an ice cream cart for Mars bar ice creams, or something fairly interesting and quirky. So I didn't go completely out of my mind, and I stuck with it. But then I was kind of a point where I was in a propriety. I was pretty fed up with it. I saw an advertisement for a job in Hong Kong, which was to design toys. I thought, wow, now that sounds cool. And on top of it being designing toys, it was in Hong Kong, which was at that time part of, well, it was a British foreign territory, and so it
Yeah.
was, you didn't need a visa to work there.
Easier to jump across.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I was excited by that, the prospect of that, and also toys. So I applied for that job, and I got the job, which was just, I couldn't quite believe it, but I got the job, and resigned, moved over to Hong Kong, and that's kind of where my toy, children's toys kind of career started. And I stuck with children's toys for a long time. In fact, up until about 4 years ago, I've been a children's toy designer working for different companies.
I,
Most of them,
I saw
most
some
of
of the
them,
stuff on your website, some of the like rocket ship and things of the sort. And it's I have like I said, I have a friend who is an industrial designer, and I know that it's probably harder to come by those toy jobs because it's probably more exciting than a lot of the industry that's out there that does this stuff.
Yeah, but it's a very niche, it's a very specialist kind of area of product design.
Yeah,
So it is, I think, in a way, it's because it is so specialized. You kind of once, if you can get into it, it's it's good because you I don't you it's easier to become kind of recognized, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, it is. I I've always kind of I haven't really had a gap in working in toys. I guess I got a name for myself working for. I worked for a long time for a company called Early Learning Centre, which is a British toy company. That's where I designed the rocket
yeah,
and stuff like that, little kind of play sets and stuff. And then I did have a period working in America I worked for Fisher Price, but only on their kind of Sesame Street toys,
hmm,
which sounds cool, but really it didn't suit me because it was just you were having to use somebody else. You weren't creating your own characters,
yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
because they already exist. So you were designing like, oh, let's have a piano, a toy piano, and we need to stick some Sesame Street characters on. And the only Sesame Street character, the main one that sells, is Elmo because he's
Yeah.
bright red and he's cute and he's the main character. Any other Sesame Street characters, like my favorite Sesame Street characters, were characters like the Count and
Hmm.
Grover and
Those are antiquated today. They're like none
yeah,
of the kids know those.
nobody,
Yeah,
and they don't products with only products with Elmo. You could stretch to Cookie Monster. At a big push, you might go to Big Bird, but apart from those three, you're kind of stuck to that. And yeah, that didn't suit me. And so I stayed ended up staying in America because I got a green card and I set up kind of working for myself as a kind of freelance designer. I worked for Early Learning Centre again, this British toy company, and yeah, various other people. But
so that it's interesting
yeah,
the transition though from like office furniture to toys to especially like the really young Sesame Street, and now you're in picture books, and so like this not necessarily a regression, but the idea of like the age range in which you're working from slowly sort of moving back to um, the sort of market. So when did picture books really hit for you then?
well, so what kind of led me to picture books is I've already always loved picture books. I've got one child who's now a fully grown. Well, he's a teenager,
Yeah,
18. But when he was little, I loved looking for picture books for him and kind of exploring picture books again. And I've always kind of I had a few just because I kind of collected the few, and sometimes they've been good for reference for toy design projects. So I've always loved picture books. And then what happened was that I was working for this one toy design client who were my main source of income, and they suddenly went bankrupt one Christmas without any warning. So I was left with, you know, a third of my income,
yeah,
and so I it forced me to kind of rethink things, and I ended up thinking, well, I'm in my 50s. I've always wanted to be a picture book illustrator. In the back of my mind, I've dreamt about being that. And my sister actually at one point was a picture book illustrator. So I thought, now's the time then. Maybe now's the time, to take the risk. And I applied for this course in the UK, Cambridge School of Art. It's quite well known
the
for in the
master's
picture
one.
book world.
Was it a course or was it the master's program?
The master's course, yeah, master's program, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I graduated in 2023. And yeah, Henry is my first book. and that was picked up at our graduation show. I got interest from a few different publishers.
That was part of your like thesis.
It was well, you had to do. I actually completed 3 picture books on the course, and that was one of the final 2 that I did.
Hmm.
But and so you complete them to kind of dummy book stage, so they're
Yeah.
not, they're not completely finished. And yeah, I had that and 2 others, and I was really lucky that I got quite a lot of interest, and I signed a 3-book deal with Anderson Press. So that's the first one.
And the next 2 are coming out.
Next 2 are coming out. Next one is about a moose and a bear. That's coming out in the UK in April next year, and then the following one has got a little dinosaur in it.
That's right.
But,
I was like, what
yeah.
is the third? I can't remember what the third one was. Well, that's all. I want to dive a little bit more into, especially that school, because I've heard so much about that program, and like so many people roll through there, and to hear that you got such interest in sort of essentially book deals out of your time there is awesome. I want to sort of hear a little bit more about that. But before we dive in, I want to sort of make sure that I know where are you located right now? You're in.
I'm in a place called Lewes, which is near Brighton in the UK.
Yeah, okay. Being that you said you like moved around so much, I was like, I'm pretty sure he's in England somewhere. I don't know where exactly, but so I know it's nighttime there, and I know that I want to be respectful of your time, or it's almost nighttime. Let's put that. I want to be respectful of your time, and so if at any point you get tired or you want to jump off or anything of the sort, don't hesitate. Let me know. But my wife upstairs documents for us what materials people use. And so if anybody's watching and they're questioning sort of what products you're using to make your work, do you have a set of things that you're using today?
Well, my favourite thing to use is this acrylic gouache. That's what I've been using recently, mostly. So
I think I
the
have that
Holbein,
here somewhere too.
Holbein acrylic gouache, because I like the kind of matte texture, so you can use pencil crayons on top of it.
Yep.
And I like the fact that it's mostly, depending on the color, it's mostly fairly opaque straight out of the tube. Or you can mix quite a bit of water with it and use it almost like watercolors as well. So you can get different effects. I like that. And
is that what you did with Henry with?
no, Henry, actually, I've kind of quit using the paints that I used. For the first 2, I used a tin of Caran d'Ache gouache that I like in tablet form. But what I found was that it's not completely opaque, and it's also the color palette is fairly limited. If you want, I don't tend to mix my own colors because I want a consistency throughout. If I'm working on a book, you want the consistency throughout the book. So if you want a purple, then I don't want to have to try and mix it every time. So what I love about the Holbein ones is they have just a really lovely palette of colors and
broad range.
Yeah, a really wide range. Yeah,
they're the only ones that have stuff like I have other brands here, but things like mint green, like you don't find mint green in
the kind of pastel colored ones,
ice ones or ash colors. They're very good about
I ordered some ash colored ones. Yeah, and the olive green is one of my recent favorites. Yeah,
I got like 3 or 4 tubes of it sitting here because I love it so much, that olive green. Because like if you thin it out, it does go a little yellow. But it's like such a good combination of pigment versus sort of like opacity, that color in particular. And then what do you normally paint on? What's the substrate?
Well, that's one of my things is that I really can't. I freeze up if I'm using expensive paper, so I don't like expensive paper. I use I found this De La Rowney
Oh yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure you can get that easily in the States, but
And
Dale Rowney
brand it.
fine grain heavyweight.
Yeah.
So it's like it's £120. I don't. That's not the cost. That's the weight. 200 g. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, 200 grams.
It's relatively thick though.
It's relatively thick,
Yeah.
but it's also relatively cheap. So
Yeah.
it's not so thick that you can go absolutely crazy on it in terms of loading up with water.
Yeah.
But I don't worry too much about that because I don't rely upon my artwork being ending up entirely flat because I squash it in the scanner
Yeah.
and manage to
Yeah.
scan it okay.
That's I used to paint on Bristol board, and all the paper was constantly waving all over the place by the time I was done with it. And so
Right.
I've been going thicker and thicker with the boards that I use just to try to prevent that. Like the book I'm working on right now, I bought this like crazy thick illustration board, and it
Yeah.
doesn't warp at all. But it's also
Yeah, I should probably try something like that.
yeah,
It's the thing is what I don't like doing, what doesn't seem to work for me so far anyway, is like I like to keep it fairly loose, and the best way I find to do that is not to kind of do too much in the way of a pencil drawing to
hmm
underlay. So just very, very have a very basic idea of position of where things are on the page and scale. So I might do that very lightly in pencil, or I might have a light box underneath it, which you can't do if you've got very thick, like
yeah,
board.
yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well let's dive in, and I have lots of questions loaded up for you. This is a conversation, so if you have questions, if you want to change the direction of the conversation or anything of the sort, just feel free. Um,
Right.
and
I might also try a bit of collage. I've got some paper. I want to do some. I want to have fun with it because I'm working on a project at the moment that is just painting with the gouache, and I've got some pencil crayons out, and I've got
okay,
some paper.
good. I must say I also love, and I don't know. I was trying to think of like there's got to be a book out there that does something similar, but the rock pieces that you've done like on Instagram,
Oh yeah,
like rock
right.
faces and stuff. I'm like, there's got to be some way to like paint those or to like tell some story, but you got to spend some time hunting down the right rocks and
It's
get.
difficult. You've got to find even to do those stop motion animations that I've done, and the still images using pebbles. You have to. I collected. It took me a while to build up a big collection. I was living in Spain at the time and near a beach, and this beach had at one point had lots of kind of it had almost a shanty town on it, and they demolished it, and lots of bits of tile were worn to certain shapes and sizes, and just so many different pebble shapes, and it was just brilliant. I collected buckets of them, so I had a big, big collection. But I
Yeah,
left that behind when I moved to the UK, which I kind of regretted a little bit.
it's. I've always like wanted to do something, some sort of book that has found object in it, but the problem
Right?
is just the the risk of having to repeat an object and not have the right shape or the right color. Like if you use rocks, like if you don't get the right
Yeah.
shape, like you might
It,
find the right shape in a different color, but not the color.
yeah, exactly. And if you go changing scale, it's really
Yeah,
difficult.
yeah,
So if you're doing I think you could do something really simple, like maybe, a board book or something
yeah,
that's just
yeah.
got simple characters like dog, cat, whatever. I think there might be potential, but
I love those when you posted those. So I was like, when you said I have other materials, I'm like, are you gonna paint on rocks today? What are you gonna do? Um,
no.
so let's jump into the downshoot. We can start working and
Right. I've got one question for you
yeah,
in terms of technical question.
yep.
I've set some lights up and I've got a tripod above my head, but if I start doing this, will my phone go to sleep? I'm just a bit worried that it's
No,
going to go to sleep. No.
no. The other thing, and I just remember too, especially if you plug it in,
Right,
uh,
it's plugged in, yeah.
it helps. But no, it shouldn't go to sleep because we're live. It considers it sort of always being used.
Okay.
And if it does for some reason, I will reach out to you. I have your WhatsApp now, so I can scream at you and say, "Hey, get back on." But
Right.
the main thing is just keeping it vertical, so
Yeah.
you can. Oh, I'm pinching on the wrong thing here. There we go. So we can see your hands coming up from the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's pretty much it. So I do want to ask a little bit about sort of the industrial design side of things. And yeah, that looks good. And you can also pinch your screen a little bit, and you can change the scale, like it zooms in and out ever so
Oh,
slightly.
right. I can zoom out. Cracky. Hold on. Well, I've zoomed in, I think.
There you go. Yeah, that works. That looks perfect. But I wanted to ask a little bit about that sort of industrial design and how that impacts your illustrative skills, in the sense of, like, did you start out using CAD or
Yeah.
AutoCAD and that kind of
Well,
stuff?
no, I mean, when I started out, it was 1990 something, so there was no CAD really. but but yeah, in about I guess about 20, 15, 18 years ago, when started working for Fisher Price, I started using some 3D software called SolidWorks. So that's like you build,
Okay.
you're building in 3 dimensions the toy prototype effectively. It's incredible. I mean, I could not. When I first started out, you draw things by hand. So you do a side view, a top view, and a front view, and then you rely upon a model maker or a hand sample maker. That's what we call them, to build a prototype based on your drawings. But because they're so kind of like, they've got to interpret them, so often you get the 3D mock-up of what you designed, and it wouldn't look like what you imagined, and so it could be really lots of to and fro and back and forth. So
Yeah.
when 3D software first came on, when I mastered 3D software, it was just revolutionary. I just could never go back to doing things in the old-fashioned way, really, because it's just what you see is what you get. I mean, what you design on screen is exactly what it looks like. The only mistakes you can sometimes make is in scale, because you're not actually handling it, so you're not 100% sure exactly the volume of the product, what it's going to look like.
I'm just like, especially with the dimensionality, because with illustration, you're dealing with something that's relatively two-dimensional.
Yeah.
And then you're coming from this world that has this 3-dimension aspect to it. And I'm wondering, did that in any way, shape, or form help your process to, like, understand what I want to say, like, positioning or the topographical sort of setup of a scene?
I think it does help. It helps with character design. So because then I can visualize characters, what they might look like from the side, from the top, etc. More kind of, I guess I've got that experience of having to do that from the very beginning, of having to kind of visualize what things look like from different angles.
Yeah.
So I think that's helpful with characters, because when you've got different scenes, obviously sometimes you might need a side view or a 3/4 view or whatever. But yeah, I think that's helpful, definitely. But I mean, the tricky thing is, I think it also kind of hinders me to a certain extent as well, because I've got this product design head that really I struggle to lose my kind of, because with illustration you can do anything, can't you? I mean, anything you draw is possible. It's all down to your imagination. But with product design, when you're designing something, you're constantly having to think about how it can be manufactured and whether it can be manufactured,
Yeah.
whether
Yeah.
it can get out of the tool. Plastic toys especially are made out of in a metal tool,
Yeah.
and that's limited to where it, right. I've actually got a couple of toys on my desk that I've designed. Like, here we go. Here's a little rabbit character here,
Oh,
and this is called a part line down the center.
that's where the mold.
That's where the mold breaks, splits. So you can't have anything that interferes with this coming out of the mold. So you're limited by that. And also the main thing actually is the number of colors is a massive influence on the cost of a product. So you can't just do as many colors as you like. You have to, every color you have to justify in terms of cost. So normally you end up taking colors out. And so I guess what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that with, with illustration, that you don't have those restrictions, yet somehow I struggle sometimes to let go of.
I mean, you've been doing industrial design for so long.
Yeah,
Worrying about that, it's probably so ingrained in you to, like, when you
so
design.
ingrained in me. Yeah.
I mean, I had the problem of when I got out of college, I had been doing illustration, then I walked into the animation industry, and I was so used to doing illustration that I didn't understand how to wrap my head around a turnaround for a character and doing the left side, the right side, the three quarters, etc. I didn't. So my characters all had faces that were very hard to turn
Yeah.
at first, and then over time I understood what I had to actually do in order to make it work. But it was it was not a smooth transition. Let's put it that way. So I'm coming from the other side. Essentially, I get the idea of the sort of struggle to get rid of some of those old perceptions from previous history. And then with some of that, some of those skills that you learn, do you do any sort of like modeling or, I mean, you said you basically just go straight to paint on the surface a lot of times, or relatively close.
Yeah.
You,
I did for one of the next book that's coming out, which is about a moose and a bear. I did make a 3D model of those characters, but primarily I kind of made it for the master's degree show kind of thing. So I didn't really make it.
It wasn't necessary
to understand the three dimensions of the characters. So, because I think I naturally kind of understand that. Some things are really tricky to do though. Like I found the bear, for some reason, doing a side profile of my bear was kind of difficult. Sometimes I'm not in the book. I'm not 100% of happy with how he looks from the side at all points.
Yeah, that's why so many books have a front-facing character throughout, because we all like seeing the eyes, or it's the cheat to camera aspect that shows up. So tell me a little bit about this, the master's program, and like obviously you're you have this decision to make at some point of like when to try to make that jump into the kidlit world or into the master's program. And you mentioned that idea of just the shift in career, and this was sort of the time, but was it a hard transition to sort of go back to school essentially after being a professional career for so long?
Well, no, I didn't find it hard. I absolutely loved it. Instantly loved it. It was so freeing in a way, I mean, the first module of the masters is observational drawing. So when I say I loved it, it wasn't easy. It was difficult, but I liked the challenge of it. So the first module they focus on drawing from observation. So, they're not worried about creating illustrations for children. What they're trying to emphasize is the importance of, it's not, it's not essential, I don't think, for kids lit, but I think it's a good foundation to draw from life, because, I don't know, because it really kind of, for me, what it did was it made me look at tone and color, where in the past, say my product design, when I'm designing a product, I'm just sketching in black and white to begin with.
Yeah.
Before I move into 3D. So when I went out to do my observational drawing, I chose to do, you can choose to do whatever you like, a theme of whatever you like. I chose kind of buildings in Lewis, my town. So I was out, drawing buildings. It was autumn, so sometimes it was pretty cold. And you're doing it in all weather. And my first drawings were just kind of a bit tentative little line drawings, effectively.
Yeah.
But then they kind of push you to think, right, well, look at tone and squint your eyes. They keep focusing on this thing where you squint your eyes and try to see the tone. And the quickest way to get that tone down, I found, was with ink or paint, either ink or watercolor. So I started using ink and watercolor. So, and I could see very quickly that really, transformed how, well, you can get emotion into something. You can get much more atmosphere. Obviously, getting atmosphere, and with purely using a line drawing. Some people are incredible at like pen and ink and can do amazing drawings. You're just using pen and ink. But for me, I don't have the patience. That's one of the things actually I've found, is that I don't have a lot of patience for doing things slowly. So that really affects kind of how I like to work, which is quite loosely.
Well, what's interesting to me too is that idea, like you're coming from industrial design as the background, where you are like measurements and precision, and like you said, the cost efficiency of what you use is so prevalent in your decision making. And then you're going to watercolor and gouache and things where you can't really get super precise. Um, and like one of the things I love about your work is some of the tonal varieties within, like, you mentioned the idea of like consistency in the color, that you don't have to always mix stuff. But at the same time, I love some of the like slight variations that happen just because it's paint.
Yeah.
That contrast between those two, sort of the historical side of where you're coming from versus the material that you're choosing, I think adds so much to the conversation, or the sort of visual language, that's such a good decision to play in a world that sort of forces your hand in a way, to accept irregularity and to
Yeah.
accept speed factor and things.
Yeah. And I quickly realized that I really, that I love that kind of, I love the texture and the irregularity compared to my product design renderings that I'd have to do for clients. Have to look really polished and look practically as exactly like the product as you can possibly manage.
Yeah.
Because that's what they want to see. They want to see what it looks like, this final product. So they don't want to see kind of a creatively drawn toy. They want to see, this is exactly what it looks like with the highlights, the 3D quality, everything. So I think I just found it so freeing not to be doing that anymore. And I did, I realized that I had never even thought about it before, but when I started to look at some of the children's book illustrators that I liked, and really, I think the correlation between most of them is that being able to see that kind of hand drawn quality and that kind of
The spontaneity or the
yeah, and not completely flat colors, but a slight, the texture of paint and everything.
do you with like now that you're in this industry, do you think that you're going to evolve? I mean, everybody's going to evolve. I understand that, but do you think you're going to push more and more towards something that is um, more of a contrast to where you were before, or do you think that
I
there's like
don't know.
a level or a range where it's going to not necessarily level out because that makes it sound like it's a bad thing, but it's going to sort of steady the ship?
I feel I'm finding it really difficult actually because I am a beginner in this, and I'm very hard to satisfy myself. I'm rarely look at something I've done and think, yep, that's great. It's probably 1 in 10 things that I think that I'm happy with, really.
Yeah.
So at the moment, um, yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping that I'm going to be doing more exploring of. I hope I'm not set in my style at the moment, already, because
No,
I
no, no.
don't. Yeah, I don't
I like
know.
seeing people evolve throughout time. I think that
Yeah,
I now the other books haven't come out, but seeing the stuff that's on Instagram, I mean, obviously I've seen stuff change as time goes on, but the exploration and the looseness of your work is what has always drawn me to it, in the sense of like when you mentioned the idea of working without a lot of sketch underneath. To me, that's the fun part as much as possible, because you just
yeah,
having to figure stuff out. And so that idea of being able to see that process of exploration, whether it be a new material or it's a new approach or what have you, is the fun part for me, to see that in people's work. Um, I mean, there's if we stay the same, it gets boring, and so I'm excited to sort of see the evolution as it goes along. I do see we have a question here from someone that I want to sort of chat a little bit about, which is the question is from uh, Fawa Shah, it looks like. Do you plan the colors when you work loosely, or do you just grab random colors? And so let's talk color palette. Let's talk sort of, I mean,
right.
pulling from, you like to pull out of the tube as much as possible, but you're not going to
Yeah,
every tube that they offer.
I rarely mixing my own colors, so I find that's is kind of helpful for me, because one of the things I really struggled with on the course to begin with was color. I'd have it would throw me into complete panic, because you can obviously mix whatever color you like that is humanly possible,
Yeah.
anything. So that having to choose was just that I found really difficult. So my first kind of couple of experiments on the course, or the way that I kind of made that a bit easier on myself, was to use a very limited color palette. But I found that going out into the world, I want to be commercial, because I want to be working as a children's book illustrator. I want that to be my primary career. I want to give up the toy design. I hope no toy design companies are watching this,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
but I really want to make a career of children's book illustration. So I need it to be commercial. So I'm kind of balancing what I like with the commercial side of things. So where do we start? We started this talking about color. Yeah. So it's like, I guess in a way it's like toys. That the nice thing about using these whole bind colors is you've got a palette there already to choose from.
Yeah.
And I like that. And I kind of instinctively just choose colors that I feel go well together and are going to be appealing to my publisher and to parents, because I tell you what, it's quite interesting. There's a correlation between toys and illustration, is that in toys, it's always, the only time that people have, or in my experience, I worked for this company, Early Learning Center, and sometimes we did infant ranges of toys for infants.
Yeah.
And we'd every now and again we'd get a buyer, and the buyers are the people who are really giving the brief for what products they want to have on the shelves, who would want to try something different and not do bright colors, primary colors. And so we would go, well, we'd try something and try and persuade them that it probably wasn't going to be very commercial, but often they would push through, and the end result is practically always it's never commercially successful. There are some people who like muted colors, definitely,
Yeah, but for that
but
range.
they're not the majority. So and I like colorful work, so I'm happy making colorful work. But and I'd love it when I see a book that uses a limited color palette or muted colors brilliantly. But I pulled out a couple of books. In terms of muted colors, my favorite is one of them is Carson Ellis. I mean,
Oh yeah, yep.
like her colors, but they're not for very young children, and they're very kind of, I just love them.
Yeah, they got a folksy sort of color palette, which is sort of her wheelhouse,
Yeah,
living in that sort of like farm life sort of palette.
yeah. So I love it, but it's not
Yeah.
for my kind of stories as well, because I am the author of the books as well as the illustrator for these books for Anderson Press. So far my stories have really been, the first three anyway, are definitely about humorous stories,
Yeah.
and a fair amount of farting and pooing and
Hey,
burping.
that is my cup of tea. So I
So
have.
really, yeah, I mean, a muted color palette really doesn't kind of go. Yeah, I'm not sure that answers the question. I've forgotten what the
No,
question
that's
was, Brandon.
just talking about sort of palette. I mean, like do you have the full range of Holbein? So you have everything,
No,
or
I'm
do you buy?
gradually collecting. I'm quite a collection though, but I definitely don't have the full range. No.
Yeah. Like I don't have every color that they have, but I also have a different set of paints that are. But it's that idea of like you buy what you like, and then your palette gets informed by what you have in front of you.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's like you're in the store buying it, not going, I need this color for this piece. You're just buying the color because it looks pretty, and then
Yeah,
all it's the next work on is that palette because of that. So um, the one of the things that I always find sort of fascinating is the approach of sort of discovering colors as I go. And I know that, you said you like your colors not to have a ton of mixing in general
yeah,
stuff, but there obviously some of that's going to happen as you paint
yeah.
if it's on surface. And so I'm wondering if there is like, do you end up having to do lots of color correction? Do you have to end up sort of adjusting your colors because of that process, or that the actual making changes the color from what you originally had, or the textures show up differently than what you want? Like how much are you doing after you finish the piece is basically the question.
Yeah. Um, Not a huge amount. I use Photoshop. I scan things in. The main thing I found is that the scanner itself, I so far my scanner, I'm sure it seems to be the same. You can tell me how, if you scan your work, do you scan your work yourself,
Yeah.
or do you give that to the publisher to scan?
Oh, I gotta scan them. I don't trust the publisher with editing
Right.
the little like cat hairs and things in the piece.
Yeah, exactly. So I scan them myself, but I find that I 100% have to adjust using the levels and the hue saturation settings
Yep.
in Photoshop to try and match what the painted artwork looks like.
Do your
Uh,
books come back darker than what the original is?
they come back if I just scan it in and don't adjust it. It's just much more muted and kind of almost slightly faded looking.
Yeah.
If I don't use the levels to increase the kind of
Well, I'm wondering, and
effect.
you're on a matte finish paper too, which is going to add to that equation.
Oh, right. Is that? I didn't realize that. I don't know. Yeah, don't know much about scanning and stuff
The
really.
it's not it's the pigment soaks into the paper a little bit more, and so
Right.
a bit more muted on that kind of paper, but it always looks prettier, that paper, than sort of glossy paper. Um,
Yeah, the paper kind of adds an extra texture, like, but I don't like very textured paper. But I like this paper that's got a kind of a fine texture, not completely smooth. Yeah.
the 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 challenge that I've always had was sort of colors, and I don't know if this is the same boat that you're in, that I tend to gravitate towards the same colors quite often,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. I'm finding that I'm doing the same as
yeah,
well. Yeah.
I'm always fighting that battle of like, okay, how can I change this up? Is there a color I can throw in the mix that would really um, surprise me or make me have to think differently as I work? Another question I had for you, and this is just a technical question. One of the things that uh, I love about your work in particular is the application of the paint. And I know this is getting kind of technical for those who um, probably don't care as much as I do, but some of the like brush work that goes into it feels like you use a relatively like thick brush or a dense brush versus a little finite like I have a little liner brush here so I can do like eyelashes and things like that. But I'm wondering,
Right.
you
Well, I do have that kind of brush as well.
yeah,
But mostly I like to use a bigger brush than probably um, is normal. I don't know. I like the texture, and I have some very scruffy brushes as well. My
yeah,
and it's like the paper. I haven't spent a lot of money on brushes because I've found that you don't know until you use it whether you like it or not. So you might buy a really expensive brush and never use it because it doesn't work for you. So I find my favorite, actually, my absolute favorite brush is this one here, which is kind of like I don't know what you see, I don't know what the name for it is, but the shape, it says oval wash, and it's a cheap one. It's a Graduate De La Rowney. So it's this kind of, in plan view, it's like oval, and then in side view, it's like that.
the filbert, I think or I'm trying to remember what that's called. My wife might know a little bit better with the
Yeah, it's
me.
kind of a bit, feels like it's a bit Japanesey or something. I don't know, or what you'd use for ink in like.
I buy my brushes based on does it look like what I want versus like name or scale, or it's like walking through the store and going, that one looks good.
Yeah, exactly. It's one.
Oh,
It's something that you need to see in the. You can't buy online very well. I find it difficult to buy online brushes. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Unless I've used it before, that's the only time that I really do that. Um, but that approach, and the reason why I bring that up is I just think that there's a character that comes from that sort of application that is very distinct in your work that has always drawn me to it. And so um, I have an impression in my head of like how you make it, but I don't know until I hear like, oh, well, if you're using that kind of brush, that will change people's perspective of or the application process in a way that is, I like to use the term forcing your hand, that
Yeah, yeah.
it's making a mark whether you want it to or not in a certain way. So um, do you find that in doing some of the work that you've been doing um, in illustration that you're, hold on, let me wrap my head around how to say this. Do you find that the work that you're doing relieves some itch that uh, you weren't able to scratch with any other type of artwork? Like obviously doing the industrial design is one thing, but were you painting at the same time in the background as you were doing the industrial?
No,
So this is
I discovered the painting purely doing the course and having to go out and do observational drawing
okay.
and discovering that the only way that I could get capture tone was through paint, and then realizing that actually I really loved the kind of textures that you got. And yeah, there's like another one of my favorite illustrators is there's so many, but Satoshi Kitamura.
I'm trying to think. The name's super familiar, and I'm trying to place.
Yeah, well, he's an older guy now, Japanese guy. He did a book called Angry Arthur. I think it's his most successful book, which was I think it was actually his first book. But he uses a lot of watercolor and pen and ink, so it's not really similar to my style. But I just love the kind of painterly quality of it all.
Yeah,
Like the inconsistency of the line width and everything.
again, it's that irregularity little bit that shows up in there. That's, I mean, I think I definitely have a preference of the work that I like, and I don't always want to make it sound like I hate other work that's out there, but there is something about things that have irregularity in them where, like, I'm not a person that likes a ruler, and so
Yeah,
the seeing work like that, like seeing some of the, there was one of the pages there had an elephant on it, and the line that was going around the elephant had these little, like, either potentially mistakes where the ink bled out a little,
yeah, exactly.
or
Bleeds and things like that. Yeah,
really intentional that that's a spot that needed emphasis. And, like, to me, those are the spots that I really, really love. All right, I got to figure out. I'm going to do something a little bit different today because you're making flowers and a bee, and I got bees and flowers as well. And I want to figure out how to make some interesting stripes. And I'm thinking about, like, do I have a roller or something I can print with around in my studio? I should have thought about this ahead of time. We'll figure it. I'll figure it out. So talk to me a little bit about the entrance, because you're relatively new to the industry, but you have, I mean, you say like you're just starting out, but you have 3 books that are, you're going to have 3 books out soon. And so it's
yeah,
not you're a newbie. You've been through the process of making the books, getting them all set up for pre-press and all that kind of stuff. The editing phase, etc.
yeah.
But
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I have now. In fact, I've finished 4, but I haven't done the cover for the 4th. I've finished 4, so I'm fairly. I guess I am kind of now fairly well, versed in how things work.
you're you're getting too old for the industry here. You're long now. You got to shift. No, that idea of you're still close enough to the book coming out that I'm wondering about sort of your impressions of the joy of actually getting a physical copy of your book, and especially like having spent the time in school for how long were you in the grad program, the master's program?
I did it part-time, which meant that you do it over a period of it's kind of 2.5 years, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that idea of you spent all this time and then it actually, bore fruit. You have a book that's out and you have other books on the way. And I'm wondering sort of your take on that experience, or that how it affected you.
Well, I'm finding the most difficult thing is the fact that I've finished these books and yet they're going to be spaced out by a year. So just the waiting is like, oh, I want to, and Henry is the only one that I've actually seen a physical copy and handled the physical copy. And it's so so different compared to just seeing a mock-up. I mean, it's just I loved it. I can't wait to receive the next one and see how that one's hopefully turned out well. But just there's something really nice. Even the smell of a new book. I love the smell of a new book.
Wait,
Um,
are you, when you got the books, did you open them up and smell them right away, or is that was that discovery later in in time?
well, I think that the smell of a one that's come fresh from the printers is more intense than even the one you get at a bookshop. It sounds a bit dodgy. It sounds like I've got some kind of fetish for. Maybe I have. I don't know.
I mean, my brother had the same thing for computer parts, and I think he probably still does. Like if you buy a little like motherboard or whatever, he would open it up and smell it, or CDs. There's
Yeah,
weird.
and the textures. I love the textures of the cover and everything. Just like I can't wait. Henry actually is also coming out in paperback in the UK soon, and they've done some. This looks like they've done some nice embossing and some kind of glossy bits that I'm really can't wait to see as well.
Yeah.
So
So like the tactile quality is
yeah, I think that's the product designer aspect of me that loves that kind of the tactile quality of things as well. Yeah.
that's where like I don't how much say did you get in the paper stock or like
Oh,
here at Scott?
I've no idea. I don't know a clue. I haven't got a clue where to begin. So I just 100% rely upon the publisher to.
Yeah,
We discussed it slightly, like in terms of they said, well, this paper because might be good because of the the kind of the painterly style of the illustrations.
yeah.
So yeah,
But you weren't there going like I need
no,
hot gloss here and
no, I haven't got a clue about any of that
yeah.
stuff.
I'm trying to get to that point where I can make those requests. I don't think I have the clout to do that. But the designer in me wants to make those requests of like, I want this paper on, I want this scale,
Right.
but I think I got years ahead before I'm ever making those calls. Um,
But have
but
you? I mean, are you normally? Have you ever been really disappointed in what the kind of the paper and the
um,
how something's come out like that?
I think there's decisions that are made that I wouldn't say I'm disappointed in any of them, but I think it's more so that um, I understand the reason for it. It may not be the choice that I would automatically say I want my work to be on. Like I have some books that are on glossy paper, and
Right.
but they
Yeah.
need the gloss to get the shine or the brightness of color in the book. It wouldn't work on matte paper. But what the challenge is, it looks good in person, like with the actual physical piece in front of me. But then you throw it in a environment where they have to reprint it and it's scanned and all this stuff. And I know that it needs to have that glossy paper to get anywhere close to the original. And so like it's not disappointment; it's a function over form at that point.
Right.
And so I'm willing to sort of let go of some of those preconceived ideas of what will work or what will make it a good piece. Um, because I know that it's going to sell better or it's going to look better in the end. Um, but
Yeah. My only experience of that, because I've only had this one book published, so but my only experience of that was I made some. I'm not sure if it's something. What do you call it? Do you call it a zine in America? It was like a little hand published, not hand printed, but I sent away to get them printed. But like of my sketches of Lewis, I had some zines made, so they were just kind of my Lewis sketches, and I made a mistake there, not knowing what I was doing with the paper, and that I used, I think, semi-gloss paper, and they just look awful because I should have gone for completely uncoated matte paper because the style of painting doesn't look good on glossy paper.
yeah,
It just
it's
doesn't.
the imperfections show up or
Yeah.
for it.
All
Uh,
right. Yeah,
I
I'm very happy to leave those kind of
decisions.
decisions to an expert because Yeah.
I'm always the one who wants, like, I see all these cool design decisions with books, and I'm like, I want to figure out how to fit that into one of my books. And then it's a question of how do I even broach the subject with the publisher of, can we do spot gloss? Can we do this? Can we do that? Because I know it all costs money, just like you said with the,
Yeah, with products, right?
with products. Every little tweak like that costs, it's okay for one book, but if you're printing thousands of them, then it adds up. I see a question from one of the viewers here. Ali Star says, since you are an author illustrator, does the story or the art come to mind first? And so walk me through that process of when you were working on those. Was it a visual thing that sort of, I mean, obviously like with Henry, I don't know, was that a life experience that how did you, with that?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things. I mean, with Henry, I do have a dog, Percy. I used to walk him on the beach in Barcelona, and that's when I used to collect these kind of pebbles and stuff. And he has done some memorable sculptures, should we
Yeah,
say?
poop sculptures. Yeah.
Yeah, that I've thought, wow, I've almost been tempted to take photographs, but I never have. And I did these stop motions of using pebbles. I mean, if you go on my Instagram, there's some. If you go, I've reposted a few fairly recently, and so it was those that kind of were the start for that book because I was struggling. I was thinking of an idea. I had this idea at college. I was thinking of an idea that involved a hedgehog, and it was like I couldn't really get. I wanted to do something with a bit of a environmental theme, and so I was trying to think of a story that involved a hedgehog going from garden to garden, and it being about, I'm not sure you even have hedgehogs in America, but do you have hedgehogs?
We don't have them in nature.
No.
Sometimes we'll have them at like zoos, or I think there's probably some. I don't know if you can have them as a pet, but yes, there's
Yeah,
a
I've, I've discovered that since that it's good that I didn't do a hedgehog because publishers don't really like hedgehogs because they're not international.
they're not universal.
So yeah, they're not universal. So a hedgehog book is not going to do very well in some countries like America or wherever.
I
So
I bet you it would do well in the U.S. because there's like cute hedgehog things printed on stuff, etc.
right,
It may not do as well in like South America, or or
yeah, or
Taiwan.
Asia or wherever. Yeah. Um, so anyway, I was struggling with this idea. I couldn't get it to work, and I thought, right, I'm just trying. It's like beating a what's the expression? I can't remember. Yeah, beating a dead horse
Yeah.
sounds awful, but yeah, I flogging a dead horse. So I thought, right, well, uh, what have I done in the past? And I thought about those stop motions that I'd done. And I thought, well, they made me laugh, and I know they made some other people laugh. So maybe I can turn that into a story. The poo, the dog doing a poo. That the very first one I did was a French bulldog, and he does a poo in the shape of the Eiffel Tower, and the bugs come along and take photographs of it because they think it's amazing. So I thought, right, well, how can I make that into a story? And I don't know why it became sculptures exactly, but I can't remember. But yeah, I very quickly roughed it out and took it into college and immediately made some people laugh. And I thought, well, this is something in this.
Yeah. There's a
And also one of my favorite books from when my son was little is about a mole. Do you know the one, the mole who thought it was none of his business?
that
It's a
one doesn't ring a bell.
no. I think it's a German one originally, and it's been around for a long time. But it's about a mole who gets a poo on his head, and he's trying to figure out who it is that did it. So he goes around all the different animals.
All right, I'm gonna have to hunt that one down because That is
It's the I
hot
think it's
line.
the little mole who knew it was none of his business or something like that.
Oh, now I get the title. Okay. Okay. Got it. Um,
And yeah, so anyway, so I liked that book. So anyway, yeah, people liked my mock-up, so I very quickly worked it up into a kind of a dummy book, and yeah,
I mean,
that really. But
it's well,
figuring out the story. Yeah, this started with a conversation about the story. Figuring out the story, it it came from that start point was something that I thought was amusing and quite unusual, and then it was how do I turn this into a story? So I kind of started to flesh it out from that point. You know, who would appreciate this dog's sculptures? Well, I thought, well, bugs appreciate, poo, so it's got to be bugs. And then
did
it
you know
was,
the
yeah.
full form of it?
Sorry,
Do you know at the time what it was going to look like? Like, was that already in your head, and then it was a matter of how to wrap the story around it?
not
Or
really. I mean, but it didn't. I didn't. I guess I didn't. In a way, I did. I worked it out fairly quickly. Yeah, I didn't have a lot of time, so I did it very quickly, and I didn't kind of. One of the things that I kind of regret a little bit is that I didn't spend a lot of time doing kind of character exploration or different dogs. Henry came out, the dog character came out very quickly out of my head, and I think it's probably just through subconscious of dogs that I don't know, you store this stuff in your head and you don't really know where it comes from, but
yeah.
it's definitely influenced probably by other dogs, like um, one of my favorite, actually, one of my favorite, not illustrators, but animate animators is Nick Park and all those ones, like, Shaun the Sheep. I love the dog in Shaun the Sheep, and looking at it now, I think my dog is a little bit influenced by the dog in Shaun the Sheep to a certain extent. I don't know. I don't know. It's funny. It just comes out. It just comes out. But I think it must be stuff that is kind of stored away in my memory bank or something.
You know, one thing I noticed on the back of the book, which I didn't notice in reading through it multiple times before, but on the back, the little warning, the
Yeah,
don't forget
that's
dog poo should never be touched or picked up by with bare hands. I love the
that was funny. That
flip.
was that was a very last minute. The publisher contacted me and said, "Look, they didn't really give me a choice. They said some of our customers, they had like a sales meeting,
Yeah.
and they said some of our customers are saying that we need to put this warning on about, don't touch dog poo with your
So
hands, kind
small.
of thing.
It's so small that like I don't even
It's
know.
tiny, yeah, because
And he,
they didn't really want to do it, but they
yeah.
felt obliged to do it.
I mean, it's funny that it's on there. I like that it's on there. It's just funny the scale. It's sort of like we have to do this to to make sure it meets code, but not necessarily because it's going to make the story any better or anything of the sort. But I like that little touch. Um, the so now that you've got that one done, you have these other ones that are coming out, obviously. But did you already write the bear and moose one, or was that wait bear and moose, right? It's a moose.
Yeah, it's called the book's going to be is called One Fine Day. It's about a
Oh yeah.
bear and a moose. Yeah, they don't have names other than bear and moose, but it's called One Fine Day, which I've since realised is actually the name of lots of different things. There's a film called One Fine Day. There's even a picture book called One Fine Day from a few years ago. So I kind of wish I'd called it something different now, but it's called One Fine Day, and yeah, it's about a moose and a bear, and that one came about. Yeah, the starting point for that was just literally somebody I done this painting of a bear. Somebody's really liked the character of bear, and they said, well, can you think of why don't you think of a story that has this character in it? So the starting point was just, I thought, right, well, who else is going to be in this book? And so who might be friends with a bear? And the natural, for me, in the environment where a bear might be, a moose came to mind. I thought, I sketched this moose and it seemed right. So I kind of went in that direction. Yeah, so it's two characters that have very different personalities.
Do you have moose in the UK?
We don't have moose in the UK, no, but we have deer and we have stags, which are fairly similar to moose, and everybody is familiar with
What a moose is. Yeah.
what a moose is. Yeah.
I just saw one of those things all of a sudden it hit me. I was like, I know a lot of things like, different animals that are in the UK versus the US, but that's one I did not know. I could not pin down one way or the other. Then do you think that your second book, I mean, obviously you had the first one already going at that point and it's in process, but do you think that your decision making on the second book changed in any way? Like, did you learn enough in the first instance that now when you approach the other books, you're sort of more cognizant of decisions, or is it something that really just depended on the content itself?
Well, actually, that was another one that I did on the course. So that was funny because that and the Henry one, I'd effectively had written and illustrated already, at least roughly both of them. So what the publisher, who Anderson Press, what they liked about them was the humor, and they were kind of, in a way, they're related in that they've got a fairly, silly toilet humor aspect to them. The
Yeah.
Moose and the Bear one involves a giant fart at some point. I shouldn't really give it all away, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, they're both kind of humorous books, really, with animal characters, so they like that. But I found the Moose and Bear one, I redid the artwork entirely from, like, Henry basically is almost identical to how the artwork that I did on the course, whereas Moose and Bear one fine day, I started from scratch on that. So yes, it did kind of inform it in that I knew the publisher wanted what I had done with Moose and Bear, and the original was, sorry, I should call it One Fine Day. One Fine Day was a limited color palette using kind of browns and brown and blue and red, and that was about it mixed together. And so that was a very limited color palette. And the publisher, the first thing they said was, well, we don't mind a limited color palette, but it needs to be more colorful than this.
Yeah.
So I started from scratch, really. I could show you the cover of that one.
Was it called Moose and Bear at that point?
No, it was called One Fine Day.
Okay.
It's completely changed in terms of.
I'm just wondering that I should actually call it One Fine Day, and I have a book that changed name. Actually, I have a couple of books that changed names in the editing process, and I accidentally called them the wrong name periodically. I don't know.
Yeah, it's called One Fine Day, and yeah, the color palette was kind of browns, yellows, oranges, very muted. I'm just showing a couple of pages on the thing, and now it's basically it's much more colorful, and that was partly a request by the publisher, and also I realized that I wanted to do it from scratch anyway, and I didn't want, I wasn't happy with how it was.
Yeah.
So I was perfectly happy to redo the whole thing.
I just noticed the feed is a little blurry. It should correct itself here in a second. I don't know if you see that, but every once in a while, a little blur phase of upload speed. So um, the it's one of those things where like I know that every book changes and adapts, and we as artists, like, if we were to do the same thing every single time again, it would get boring, and so that there's some sort of like learning curve that happens with a lot of different books that get published. Um, do you were there technical things that you learned along the way, that if someone were starting out today and they said, I don't know what I'm doing at all, are there things that you can sort of like pinpoint and go, oh, you got to know this one thing? Like the one that I learned very quickly was just how to deal with a gutter. No
Right.
one, I had an understanding of what a gutter was, but I didn't understand how alignment made so much difference on a gutter. Like I wasn't putting stuff in the gutter, but it was just the way the gutter was aligning with things made a big difference.
Oh,
And
maybe I don't know what you're talking about 100%. So maybe I don't know that yet. What's that then?
well, more so like if I have two separate individual pages that have illustrations,
Right. Yeah, actually, I can imagine what you're talking about. So it's okay if something crosses from one page to the other,
but if there's
but
a horizon line that is close
yeah,
or
exactly. Right.
tangent
Yeah.
there, I didn't know that was such a big deal at the beginning.
Okay. I haven't actually considered that, but I got away with it so far. But now that you've told me that, I think I'm going to have to pay
Yeah.
a bit more attention to that.
Well,
Yeah.
they'll tell you like they did me.
Right.
They're very
I
clear, not lining up the way that it should. Um,
What I found is I've actually, as well as these books, I've been doing quite. In fact, you had Tor on recently, didn't you? And she does quite a bit of work for French magazines. Uh, and I'm also been working on some stories for this French publisher that does these magazines. Um, and I'm finding magazines, the gutter is incredibly, like, it's worse than picture books because it's much more, it's not deeper, but it's kind of tighter. So it really does affect the image at the gutter a lot more than even in a picture book. Maybe it's because I've only seen a hardback, my books in hardback as well. Because when it goes to paperback, I think you get more of that, don't you?
yeah, you get. I mean, they open up differently. I mean, generally magazines, unless you're doing a full spread, there's not a ton of full spreads in magazines just because they're sort of individual articles or it's individual stories or things of the sort. But
Right.
um,
Well, yeah. These ones, they're miniature picture books, really.
yeah,
Um, yeah. So I each one has double page spreads in them. They do have double page spreads, and yeah.
it's a that's one market that I have yet to really tap it. I've done editorial work, but I haven't done a lot of like kid related. I've done family related editorial, so like
Right.
parenting magazines and that kind of stuff, but not necessarily.
Yeah. How did you get into that? Because I've got no idea how to get into that. I just got approached through Instagram actually by this publisher, Milan Press, who do these kids
Yeah,
picture. It's basically it's a little magazine and it has three stories in it and three different illustrators. It's really nice, kind of like you've got three different styles
yeah,
and three different stories, and it's like a mini picture book that comes out every month in a magazine form that's got three different stories in, illustrated by three different illustrators. And it doesn't pay very well, but the good aspect of that is it forces you to not mess about too much and get on with it.
well, you probably
And
also, yeah, the speed, and you get to change stories often enough in a way. Like that's the one thing I did like about editorial, is it was just by the time you were done with it, you were not spent. You could move on to the
yeah,
project, and you could do something totally different, and it wouldn't really make that much of a difference. But I started out in editorial, so it was like doing stuff for magazines, newspapers, etc.
right.
Not necessarily kid related stuff. And so I had an agent I still have agents that deal with that sort of work in particular, but I haven't broken into the kid side of it yet, and I don't know why. I need to figure that out, but um, it is more interesting um, variety, but it's also, like you said, sometimes it pays well, sometimes it doesn't, and it really depends on the publisher. Um, I mean, with some of the adult editorial stuff I've done, it pays way better than Kidlit does, but
Right.
you don't you don't have the long haul, you don't have royalties, you don't have other things that come from it. So it really is a question of like, how much do you want to spend um, uh, uh, putting time in if there is not as big of a reward in the end, or a big enough payday to allow you to maintain of some sort. Um, I don't know why the feed is still blurry. I'm wondering if I should. We could do a part two. Sometimes this happens where it just doesn't go away and we have to reboot. It's just a technical thing. Let me see if my wife is listening. What her technical expertise says. But hey, Lauren, what do you think? Okay. So here's. Do you mind,
Yeah.
Justin? What I'll do is I will stop the feed for now, for a matter of like 2 minutes. I'll upload part one. I will reboot my phone, like restart my phone, so it connects better to the internet, and then we'll hop back on. So those who are listening can just watch, and it should pop back up in a couple of minutes, and then I'll let you back in, and we can just keep going.
Great.
Does that sound-
Yep.
Okay, so give me 2 minutes.
Okay. See
Maybe
you in a
three.
bit.
All right. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? It's part two of my session with Justin Worsley. So we just got a little bit of blur in the last bit, and so what I'm doing is I'm just restarting. So if people jump back in, I'm going to put a Ask Us Anything back in the comments, and I will let our guest back in. Unfortunately, I think we had too much internet activity going on. I'll do that at the end, Lauren. I know. Okay. Yep. So let me let our guest back in. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Let's see. He's back. I heard that, Charlie. And we're back.
Yeah, I've just got to switch my camera around. It's
Okay.
looking at it.
Thank you for letting me do that. It definitely has helped the feed so far. I think we had too many connections on the internet in this household that were slowing stuff down. Potentially, I'm not laying blame on anyone upstairs, but that might have something to do with it. So the other thing I want to sort of talk about, and this is, I think, a broader question than potentially what we've sort of hit on, but I want to talk about style and talk about, and I'm always hesitant to use that word style because I think it's a loaded term, but I want to ask a little bit about sort of your thoughts on aesthetic and what your work looks like, and sort of the decisions that you make that inform your style in particular.
Right. Yeah, it's something we actually on the course, on the master's course, they really discourage you from thinking too much about style,
Yeah.
because they feel like you shouldn't. It should be something that kind of naturally occurs through making work. You know, like the way that you. I think my style started the the start of my style comes from the observational painting and drawing, because I just discovered that I loved paint as a medium.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that is a big part of my style, is just the paint and the textures and everything. Then the other thing is, I guess, a fair amount just comes from years of being a toy designer, that I kind of, my style is fairly, in terms of the animal characters, especially, they're very kind of like quite cartoony, or I can almost imagine that they would make, you could make them into toys. So,
I mean, there's definitely a clear like shape language that shows up in all of your work, and I absolutely agree with the master's program that like don't worry about style; it comes to you naturally. But the question is also wrapped around like, okay, well, what comes naturally to you? What are How do you?
right.
There's a point in which you're working and you go, that looks good or that doesn't.
I guess it's that moment that you make something and you're happy with it. It makes you kind of. I mean, that's one of the reasons I love doing it, is because when I do something and I like the end result, it makes me, makes my heart sing, as it were. It makes me feel happy that
Yeah,
I've made something, and I can't always say 100% why it is that I like it, but that feeling of making something that you're happy with. I mean, how for you? I guess I can turn the question on you. Then, how did you end up with making your collage type work? Was that a conscious decision? Was it some experiment that you did, and then you decided that actually there's something in this? Is kind of like cool texture and yet with a sharp edge to it, and
yeah.
I
So
don't know.
it's a good question because it boils down to it was a solution to a problem that I didn't know that I had. And what I mean by that is I had been working with just paint and a brush for so long that I had always just assumed um, that the work that I was doing was like I'm just always going to have to make textures and watch the edge with a brush. And then I did a Gavin Doodle with a guest who I credit to this day for my shift, but Brianna Karzu, who is a collage artist. And I said that day, like, oh, I'm just going to try collage. And I realized that it did all the things that I was trying to do with the paint, but that much faster.
Right,
So it's like I could paint textures and then just cut the shape and I'm done. Whereas with paint, I would have to sit there and watch the edge and then like adjust the texture and push the edge a little, and it was just so immediate that I didn't realize that I had this issue of having to force the textures so heavily with the paint, and now it just comes so much easier. So like I said, it's sort of a solution to a problem that was unforeseen, or I didn't really even know that was a big deal to me. And now it's sort of like, oh, this is clearly that much easier and speeds up my process and more, I guess I'm going to say even potentially more relaxing.
right,
In a
exactly.
way.
Yeah,
I'm
I
also
think.
not hovered over my desk in the same way as I once was with a brush. I'm like not hurting my back as much. So there's
I
a plus
think
there.
a lot of, for me, like what you just said about, it's almost, for me, oh god, it's like I find a lot of it is my impatience. I absolutely love some work that you can see has taken a huge amount of time and is beautiful, and I I love it, but I'm not that personality that could do that.
Yeah.
So it's like it's just part of my personality is I need to do things quickly. Like you're saying, you're happy to get a quicker, end result, and I'm the similar that I just don't have patience to do like fine. Like some people who use pen and ink incredibly skillfully.
Yeah. I don't want to spend days on a piece.
No,
I want,
days on a piece, and then what if you're not happy with it in the end? Then it's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
oh,
exactly. Well, that's the cheap material. Like even, um, one of the idea of like some of the illustration board, it's not that cheap, but it's also cheaper than some working on canvas or working on things. I buy cheaper brands of it, so I can throw it away. And if I make a mistake, you know what? It goes in the trash, and no one needs to know that it was a missed opportunity, or it was a, you know, a mistake of any sort. And so that idea of letting go in some shape or form through material choices is important in it. Do you find that you're a fast worker, or are you, I mean, obviously, like, if you're in the same mindset of you don't want to spend forever, or that becomes challenging, but that's different than saying you're a fast worker.
Yeah, I think I'm a fairly fast worker, but oh yeah, it, what am I? I think I am a fast worker. I am a fast worker. Yeah, but
Like, how long did, like, because my only reference point right now is the book Henry, but looking at it, how long did that book take you, do you think, from not necessarily from the sketch stage, but just the finished artwork?
you see, the artwork. I think if I did that next week, I mean, if I did that now, I think I could. After, you know, with all the roughs figured out, the composition and everything, I could do that in a 2 weeks probably, just the
Yeah,
artwork part. But obviously that doesn't include all the sketching and figuring out the composition and changing the story and changing the layout and etc etc etc.
yeah.
The
That's
art Yeah, artwork part was fairly quick for that. But what I've been doing recently, the last book I've done, or the book with the little dinosaur in it did take me quite a bit longer because Henry is quite simple. The character is quite large on the page, and it the story didn't need a lot of background detail, or it kind of, I don't know, it just felt right for it to be very simple. Whereas I've just done one with a little dinosaur in it, that to get that kind of the prehistoric feeling and the backgrounds and everything, and to give it some real, went to town with kind of like the backgrounds and the plants and the small details like that. So that one probably, but still, I mean, the final artwork stage probably took me 2 months really, or maybe, yeah, about two
that's
months probably.
dinosaur ones. You have to be, I've said this before, I've done a dinosaur book that you have to be very careful with, because that's one where little kids know dinosaurs, and if you draw
Oh,
them
right.
wrong, or like,
Oh,
you know,
don't say that.
well, no, it's like you can stylize it, but like if your triceratops only has two horns
Oh,
shot because of some angle, they will let you know that, you know,
right.
that's not a
Well,
diptosaurus, that's a such and such, and you're like, oh, okay,
well,
sure.
I've taken a lot of liberties with this one, and I think, in a way, I might get in trouble. Who knows? Because I haven't really, but I haven't. None of the night dinosaurs are named as such, so I think I can
You
hopefully
make
get
up a
away with it.
spot. You can say that's actually not what you think it is. It's one of these. Just, yeah, trick them. And
Well, I might find out. I might get a rude shock then when it's published. Who knows?
my guess is that one is fine. It's if it looks too realistic. But your style, I think that people understand it's not meant to be perfect dinosaur representation. Same thing with mine. I purposely styled mine so it wasn't so close that someone would go like, "Oh, that's not the exact thing that I was expecting." And so I think you'll probably end up okay. But it's that and trains. Those are the ones that I've been warned about. If you ever go
Right.
about trains, that people know
Like
their trains.
steam trains kind of
Yeah.
thing. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um, is there talk to me a little bit about sort of the writing phase, because obviously you're coming from an artistic background, and writing is an art, so don't get me wrong on that, people, but the idea of your skill set being much more visual, and then you get into this writing part. Did you take, like when you were in the program, did you have to take writing classes?
No, they don't. No, it's because it's a masters. It's kind of they kind of assume that you kind of have to have a certain aspect of. I don't know what I'm trying to say. They not writing classes as such. It's that I'm trying to think of what we did actually. They do. We did talk. They do touch on things like how like the tense can affect a story, like whether you're telling it in first person, second person, third person, that kind of thing. We talked a bit about that. Yeah, we did have some kind of classes. Oh, I'm terrible. I'm sorry. I can't
No,
really.
it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, but not really as not basic kind of. Um, yeah, oh, I don't know.
Not bare bones, sort of like,
Not bare bones.
yeah,
No,
here's
but
grammar.
definitely like the thing they used to talk we talked about was like the story arc, like
Yeah,
building tension and then reaching this point and then like having the reveal. You building tension in a story
yeah.
kind of
There's
thing.
there's narrative structures, sort of application that's being applied, but not necessarily wordsmithing.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. It's one of those ones where like, so well, let me ask this then. So if there weren't like traditional proper classes saying this is how you write a story and this is how you put this together, how did
Yeah.
you learn that process? Like how did that come to be part of your repertoire?
Well, it was difficult for me because I'm always been terrible at English. Like that was my worst subject at school, English, and I thought I'm going to really struggle with this. And in reality, the way that I've discovered that I can write a story is a very visual way. So I kind of almost go to sketches immediately. The stories that I've written haven't got that many words. And I kind of sketch out the story before writing too much. So I do a very, very quick, small kind of dummy book um, with very, very rough sketches and some basic text in it at the same time. I've never, so far, I haven't got a piece of paper and a pen and written a story without any pictures. I haven't done that. I don't think I ever will because that's just not something that I'm good at. So the way I've done it is immediately be drawing pictures
Yeah, so
alongside the text.
picture to word to picture to word to picture to word kind of.
Yeah.
Um, that's one of those ones where I definitely struggle on the writing side, and I'm always interested on sort of people's background and how they come to be. Were you someone that when you were young watched a lot of like cartoons or where obviously like whether it be writing or not, understanding of narrative structure
Yeah.
is something
Um,
people have to learn at some point, or it comes from something.
right.
And
It
is
does
it
come
something?
from somewhere, doesn't it? And
Yeah,
and I think, yeah, I always absolutely loved, but I think all kids do really.
yeah,
Like any kind of, I'd eat up any kind of animation and like, I'm from really. I was growing up in the 70s, so you're talking very like early kind of Disney stuff. I loved all of that, like Aristocats and all of that kind of stuff. I absolutely loved that. And then British television as well. There's some absolutely amazing British television for kids that, like, I think it's fairly unique to the UK, and I'm not sure how much like has been translated into other
like what?
countries.
Give me an.
Like some examples would be the Clangers,
Oh, I don't know.
Bagpuss. If any of these ring a bell, Bagpuss is a floppy cat in a toy shop window, and it's like a repair shop. Bagpuss. Oh, what else? Yeah, there's just lots of them. They're all kind of animated, normally stop motion animations. There's tons of them in the that were around in the 70s and
Yeah.
80s. Um,
Is the show Belle and Sebastian, the kid show, is that the UK?
you know, I don't. It doesn't ring a bell to me, but I know obviously I've heard of it because the band as well took the name from that.
Yeah, that's
But I
that's what I'm
don't.
thinking. Like,
I if I saw it, I really struggle remembering names of things and people and programs and film names and stuff. So if I saw it, I might recognize it. So I'll have to look it up later.
I don't think I've ever seen it. I just for some reason all of a sudden it popped in my head that may be
Oh right,
okay. Um,
no,
my wife and I are perusing some shows on BBC that we can get here in stateside, and trying to discover some new media to watch. But the kids show aspect is not something that we've partaken in, minus like Wallace and Gromit kind of like animation setup stuff. But we need to dive deeper, and I would love to know sort of more history about sort of especially the culture for kids media. Were there books in particular that you gravitated towards when you were younger, like kidlit
yeah.
or YA, or things that sort of informed your narrative knowledge?
You know, it's funny because I've got very little memory of picture books when I was little, and I think there were less around, but definitely for me, I have got memories of Richard
Yeah.
Scarry. I always pronounce his name wrong. Is it How do you say it? I don't
I
know.
say Richard Scarry, but that
Right.
completely wrong
Yeah, I think it's Scarry, isn't it? I don't
because it's
know.
got two
Anyway.
R's. So I assume that I'm pronouncing it wrong, but I pronounce people's names wrong all the time. So don't ever trust me.
Yeah, absolutely. Loved his books and still do. And uh, my one of my earliest childhood memories is The Hungry Caterpillar.
Mm,
Cause I just remember being absolutely obsessed with the Hungry Caterpillar book because it was a board book with the holes in it. That
yep.
one, I don't know, it really stuck in my mind. That one.
I wonder. Actually, my experience of that book is a board book too, and I'm wondering, did they ever print it as? I'd have to go back and look. I don't even know if they printed it as a like as a hardbound.
I feel
Soft.
like I've seen it as a hardbound, like a picture book, not. But I don't know actually. Yeah,
It seems like it makes more sense as a board book to me, just because of
right.
the like physical nature of what it is. But I couldn't
Yeah,
I couldn't tell you whether it's started out some other way. I need like a picture book historian to tell me one way or the other.
and I absolutely love his style. You know, in fact, it's almost you've got a similar thing going on with like your textures and colors, and he used like tissue paper, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
What's really funny to me is I know that like now I absolutely appreciate his work, but I think when I started out in illustration, I didn't get it. Like I didn't. I think that I actually didn't like collage for a long time. Um, but I was also thinking like collage with like magazines and things of that sort. And so my perception has changed over time. But Eric Carle, now I truly appreciate what's happening there. But I think that I didn't quite understand it as a kid, because I liked lines so much, and I liked,
yeah.
a certain type of illustration that was maybe a little less shape oriented and more like technical than what his work tends to be.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah. Oh, there's a couple. Like I bought a few of those for my son, and I think they are. I think I really appreciate his work when it's for very very young children.
Yeah.
Like the board book format, I was perfect for Hungry Caterpillar, and yeah. Apart from that, I don't think I've got that. I bought one about snow, which was pretty clever, which had like clear pages with white printed snow on. I can't remember what that one was called.
Interesting. That like acetate or something?
Yeah, it must have been very expensive. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's my first thought. It's like how costly that would be, but
And then one about a bear. Yeah, I don't. I mean, the Hungry Caterpillar is just obviously like was the ultimate for him, but I don't
yeah.
know.
Do you get out to bookstores often now, or are you?
I try to. Yeah, I mean, I do. I try to. We've got some good books. I'm in a fairly small town. Lewis is like quite a small town, but it does have a brilliant independent kids bookshop called Bags of Books, and it's brilliant and always got a great selection. And we also have something called Waterstones in Lewis, which is more of a kind of
Oh yes,
chain bookshop.
yes. That's one of
Uh,
those ones that's like famous enough that I know the name of a lot of stuff. That's there's quite a few like bridge stores that I know about because I see people posting like, oh, I'm having an event at this store, and like, oh, fancy.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Waterstones is kind of like the biggest chain of bookstores in the
yeah,
UK, like your Barnes and Noble type.
yeah. Is there do they know like are you a frequenter to the point that they know who you are when you walk in the door at a place like that?
Not really, not yet. I mean, I'm quite a introvert, so I'm not very. I'm, I don't shout too much,
You
so
don't bust
yeah,
the door down and say I'm here, worship me.
no. But Bags of Books, I think I'm getting to know them because I have painted their window. This is a thing that they do in the UK. I'm not sure. I don't think it's such a thing in the US. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but when a book launches here, it's quite common to paint a bookshop window.
Yeah,
Um, and for Henry, I decorated the window for Bags of Books.
they do that in some locations around here, but it's not. I don't know as we have the same like window front in all stores in the same way, or a lot of times it's like printed things that the publisher will send versus the uh,
Right.
the hand painted windows. But the hand painted windows always seem so cool. Minus, I know it's a lot of work to do something of that sort to get it to actually like stick to the glass and look the way that you want it to look. And
Yeah, that was a learning process, and it's quite a lot of work into it, and really you're not getting much out of it in
yeah,
effect. It's just, I guess it's a good publicity thing because if you put it on Instagram or whatever, but in general, the bookshop here, it's a very small town. I don't think it's not going to make for the amount of time I put in for I don't
yeah,
think
it's not going to
it
make sales all that different.
no, no.
That's the one thing that I have learned throughout the years in Kidlit is that when I first started out, there was lots of, oh, I need to go make all these products and try to like sell my wares to get books to sell, but it's really not that critical. And it doesn't make that much of an impact. Like even book sales at a bookstore, if you have like two or three that are sold there, yeah, it's helpful, but it's not. You need mass quantities being bought by lots of bookstores to really make
Yeah,
the difference.
yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
and so, putting in like buying bookmarks for every single book I did was not necessarily the thing that I ended up sticking to. Um, do you with Anderson Press? Do you see that they've given a lot of like support for you after the book came out? Like, are they doing a lot of promotion and things of the sort, or is it sort of?
Yeah, they did some cool stuff for Henry. They made these little enamel badges which were just brilliant. I really loved those, and they got good reception amongst they gave them out to book reviewers or to bookshops and things. And it's a little enamel badge of Henry, and then his little poo sculpture is another badge. So it's two separate badges.
I was about to ask, did they make a poo sculpture one? Because that to me, that's the like, if you're gonna make a little badge, that's the one that everybody would be like, I want a little poo sculpture. I want a little
And
poo sculpture.
I thought it was cute because they made that as a separate piece. I can show you the little thing if you can see it on here. So it's like a little enamel Henry badge and then a little poo sculpture. And this was like a freebie that they just gave out to people at book fairs and at book sales meetings and things like this.
That's so smart because that's
I
like,
think that was really cool. I like that, and I think but it's tricky because Henry so far is only out in hardback here, and hardback picture book sales are quite limited because people don't want to spend money on. I know in America, what I've heard is that the picture books are practically. Do they ever publish in paperback as well as hardback? I mean, they really focus on the hardback in America, don't they?
it's primarily hardbound, and then but the I've had one book go to paperback, but it's definitely not
not common.
the same amount. Like it hardbound, I think people want longevity out of it.
Yeah, it's
So,
different here. Definitely here, that it's just all about people want it cheap. So
well, there are instances where like paperback becomes more prevalent in the States, wherein like we have the you must know the publisher Scholastic.
yeah. In
They
fact,
do
I used to work in New York. I worked right above this big Scholastic bookshop in Soho.
nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, they do the Scholastic Book Fair thing where like kids can bring in a certain amount of money and buy books. Like they'll put a event on in a school, and so those tend to be softbound or softcover because of the cheapness of it. So like little kids can buy multiple books with a
right.
lesser amount, but in a bookstore, it's rare to find.
Yeah, yeah. Here it's different. It's the opposite way around in that, like Waterstones, practically they if it's a hardback picture book, then it'll be in the gift book section. It won't be like with the main. It won't be in the main picture book section because they really focus on the
I
softback because they sell larger quantities.
I wonder, and this is me like spitballing here, but this is going to be this weird statement, and I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but I'm wondering if it has to do with real estate too, with the idea of the amount of space. Like when I was in Ireland recently, the stores were not huge stores anywhere. They were small compared to the footprint that a lot of the U.S. stores have.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, even just if the hardbound books take up more space, and
Yeah.
your stock could be much more robust if you have thinner books. And I don't know if that has anything to do with it. It probably has nothing to do with it, but I wonder if that has.
Honestly, I think it is all about cost. It's just like people
People
want
are cheap.
want it cheap. They're not bothered about, they want it cheap. Yeah. So a hardback in the UK is £12.99, and a softback is, what is it, £7.99 or something like that.
Wait, $12.99.
£12 £99. So
Oh,
that's
okay. Yeah.
like
Trying to figure out.
$18. Is it $20? I don't know.
Yeah, it's we pay about $20 for 1 year. And
Yeah.
so I was trying to do the math on like how much that actually meant in US dollars. Um, do you have this is a question I ask a lot of folks. I have two questions I ask a lot of folks. One of them is um, about hopes and dreams, i.e., thinking about the future of the work that you're making and sort of what you want. Like obviously longevity and some of those things are hugely important, but outside of that, there also is like some people have specific goals that they want to achieve within the industry. And I'm wondering, are there things that you are like looking at going in 10 years time or whatever it may be, I would like to have a book that does this or that or whatever, whatever variable you would like to play with.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not. I'm very commercially minded, and I want my primary focus at the moment is just I want to make work, and I want to be paid for it because I
You want to make a living doing
I
it,
want
right?
to make a living, and I want to be doing it full time, which means I need enough work. So kind of like, obviously, I'd like at some point to do something that's a bit more out there and not necessarily worrying too much about being commercial, and something a bit more interesting, or I don't know. I mean, I'm happy at the moment, so
I will state I don't think you need to apologize though. I think you said like I know that I forget what the phrase was that you used, but I don't think you have to apologize for the fact of like wanting to make money doing it. I think there's this common thing in the arts of, well, you need to be a pure artist and don't worry about like money shouldn't be the important thing. It should be about telling the story or whatever. But like that's not reality. That's not how life works.
no, not if you want to do it full time and make it your living. No,
You want
yeah,
food on
it's
the table. Sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
yeah,
I mean,
like
if it was about making most beautiful work in the world, then I probably wouldn't have made all the books that I did so far, just because they're not always the thing that I'm not going to say excites me, but it's not the on the top of my list of things to do every time. And so I think
yeah.
reality, well, sometimes you just got to make money, and that is okay.
And I think like the reason I was attracted to product design in the very beginning, I knew I kind of didn't want to be a fine artist making just one-off pieces for very wealthy people.
Yeah.
I kind of I liked the idea of designing for the masses, as it were, and so you know I like the idea of making. I guess the ultimate goal for me is to make something that I'm really happy with, that also, on top of that, sells well in the market, like it reaches a lot of people and people appreciate it. Like that's the ultimate goal, really, I think.
Um, my wife posed a question in the comments here that I want to touch base on there. When we were getting your book, because we did have to order it over, from afar. We had to get it overseas. But you noticed that online there was two different versions. There was one called Henry the Artistic Dog, which is I think the one that we have, but there was also Henry the Artist, and there are
Well,
different.
that exactly. I mean, that is something very. I'm glad you asked that question. It's a very good question because Henry is an artist is the other title, and it's got a different cover, and
Yeah,
that was because the US publisher, which is part of Penguin Random House, but it's a division, or what do you call it, an imprint? I can't
print. Yeah,
remember.
yep.
Called Flamingo Books. they they and I've not actually spoken to anyone, so I don't know the reasoning. They wanted to change the title to Henry as an artist, and they wanted to change the cover to be a lot less kind of subtle than the British cover.
Yeah.
It's in your face. You'll see exactly on the cover how Henry makes the sculptures straight away, which I'm not sure about, and I'm still not sure about. But I guess I'll find out whether, hopefully, it's the right decision.
It's there are times that one of the biggest things that I have a problem with in Kidlit is the once, and hopefully publishers aren't upset by me saying this, but once marketing gets involved, a lot of times there are decisions that are made about sales over the like narrative storytelling. And I understand that sales are the important part. You want the book to move, but sometimes there's like giving away too much on the cover.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
That's what I Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. Is I don't want to give away too much. I didn't want to give away too much on the cover, but maybe though, maybe that's kind of going to be more commercial because people immediately know
Yeah, what
what they're getting.
they're they know what artistic medium the dog is using.
But I don't want to put people off at the same time because some people might think, oh, it's just a cheap joke about, you know. I
I
think I feel like, I feel Henry is quite a sophisticated story.
I mean, I worked on a book called Poop. Literally, that's the title. And the lady I talked about before, Brianna Karzu, did a book called Lou, that's about a dog peeing or a fire hydrant that dogs pee on. And so I don't think it's going to be too crude for the U.S. audience. Let's put it that way. Uh, I'm the subtlety between artistic and artist is so subtle though that's what surprises me. Like, what's the difference there?
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. Honestly, I wish I had asked somebody. I haven't asked anybody because I don't deal with the kind of the foreign, like the foreign, whatever you call it, the
Right.
foreign sales, the
Yeah.
foreign rights people. Yeah, no, they, so I haven't. So it's a good question because I wonder why. I don't know why.
I wonder if any of it has to do with, and this, I don't know if this is a challenge as much as it is in the U.S., but the word artistic and autistic
Yeah,
could come
that's
into play. There may be, like the U.S., there's some policies or
oh
some
right.
in the government, let's put it that way, that are fighting back against common sense health issues, and I wonder if they're trying to avoid putting a word that even sounds similar in any way. But I doubt that's probably what it is. But that could be some little random fluke that's in there that they go, let's change the title because of that, which would be very stupid in my opinion. But
Yeah,
it is what it is.
I wonder. I don't know honestly, but
It's a
I
it's
guess I'll find out at some point because
yeah.
I'll have to ask. But so
What
far, I haven't met.
subtlety of it? It's so subtle that like why make the change? I mean, it's not a bad change. It's not like it's a bad title or anything of the sort. It's just like, why go to all that trouble for a very subtle change? But um, how you holding up? I know
All
it's
right, I think. I mean, I'm trying to finish this. I've just done a couple of. These kind of bug. I'm enjoying it because I don't normally paint on colored paper, so I've used some colored paper
yeah.
and I've done a little bit of collage and I really enjoyed it. And so I'm going to finish this, but I guess I'll still be online for a little bit longer.
Good. I'm not trying to get rid of it or anything of the sort. I just know that it's
Yeah,
I don't even know the math. I'm trying to think like is it like 10 there or is it
9:10.
10 past now? Okay, so it's not as late as what I had in my. I thought it was almost like 11 there. That's why I was like, I don't want. What's your schedule? Speaking of that, what's your schedule look like? Where are you someone that's like a get up and work at a certain time every day, or are you a um, hold off?
Yeah, well, I don't actually. What tends to happen, I walk our dog fairly often. I'm the dog walking responsibilities or doing some kind of
Yeah,
exercise in the morning. But so no, normally I don't start until about 10. Um, I tend to work more in the afternoon than in the morning, and then quite often at the moment might work in the evening a little bit as well.
what about how are you with deadlines? I don't know. I assume that your deadlines doing industrial design stuff were tight and challenging.
Yeah, I think I found that that was quite an advantage to me in terms of like when I was doing the master's course, I was quite used to deadlines don't bother me because I'm used to having to do things quickly
Yeah.
and I think the other thing that was kind of beneficial from the toy side was that I'm also used to having my work critiqued and you know, when I'm designing a toy, you always have to make some changes, and you always get some kind of feedback that they almost never just accept something as it is. Whereas I think if you're brand new to this kind of world, then it can be really
Shocking.
shocking or challenging
Yeah.
to take criticism and, like, you know, and not take it personally. Yeah.
That's yeah, going through art school, that is the one thing that I think I came out on the other side with, is a knowledge of, okay, I can have someone say something about my work and not get horribly upset. It doesn't mean that I love everything they say,
No,
but
but you can, yeah,
I,
you
I can
can,
like, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It's,
Normally, I've got to, you know, I've learned that you just, the best thing is just to wait a day or wait a few hours, not immediately go, oh my God, that's, you know, I can't, why, you know, not respond immediately. Because normally it takes a little while to sink in what, you know, the reasoning. And pretty much I've found so far, at least with Anderson Press, that I've agreed with 95% at least, or whatever, 99% of what they want
yeah.
to change, and
I
I can understand why they want to change it.
I
So
had someone on recently that had that same sort of sentiment of um, the like, and I hadn't heard that, and I like the idea of like, don't be reactionary, let it sit for a little bit, you know, even don't open the email for a day, um, so you're not like immediately going, what did they say? How do they, you know, what you're ready for a fight,
yeah,
essentially. Let it sort of slowly come about versus a big um, jump towards, I got to tell them what I think about their their poor decisions or whatever it may be. Um, the do you find that the work that you've been doing and the stuff that um, uh, the do you find the reward outweighs any of the struggle at this point? Like, are there times where you go, oh, I don't know if this is working, or this is really challenging, I'm not having a good time, or anything of that sort? Or
oh,
is it,
definitely, yeah. Practically every single time that I'm making something, I have the period of that. Yeah, especially I find these like magazine jobs that are illustrating small stories, like miniature picture books, effectively, because I've got to work. I can't spend a lot of time on them because they don't pay brilliantly. They pay okay if you work quickly, but I can't be too precious. But so sometimes I'm not 100% satisfied with the end result. And yeah, what was the question to begin with?
I don't even remember at this point. Well, let me ask you this, and let me pose this. It brings forward a better question in my mind, which, again, I don't remember the first one, so who knows what it was I was asking. Um, the the idea of being happy with your work, is there, what actually makes you happy with your work in the end? Is it one of those things where it just depends on the day? Like, I go through an ebb and flow.
Oh yeah,
Every
absolutely. Yeah.
every piece is like, oh, this isn't working, and then oh, it's really working, and then it's not working again. In the end,
Yep.
I don't know if I'm ever completely satisfied.
Yeah, no, there's very few pieces that I'm thinking very few, very few that I've so far felt being completely satisfied with. And sometimes I can go to bed thinking, oh, that's all right, that's working all right, I'm happy with that. And then I get up in the morning, I look at it and think, oh, it's dreadful, I hate it.
Yeah.
And
Well,
yeah,
is there a reason why? Like, have you been able to pin down?
no, I don't know. I
That's
don't know why, but I'm finding that happens quite often. Is that at the end of the day, I feel much better about things than I do tend to at the start of the day.
yeah. My challenge has been the like that there's no consistency in a way. Like the stuff that I like because it just clicked or something, but I couldn't pin down and tell you exactly. I couldn't say to someone that's out there, this is why. I can say, I think it's this. I think it's this reasoning, but I can never be 100% sure about any of the like reason for success in my mind. So the other question I want to talk to you about is sort of failure, and um, how do you know when something's not working? How do you know when it's time to hang up your hat on a piece? How do you know that it's just not, the piece that it should be?
Well, I mean, I've had where I've found I've had to where I've faced that. I mean, I don't normally I haven't faced that so much in obviously when I'm working on a picture book that I've written, and um, it's not like I don't feel like oh well. I guess there have been occasions when I've started a piece, a double page spread, started a spread, then scrapped it and started again. But what I was going to say was like I've obviously what my goal has been. I've got these picture books with Anderson Press, but I wanted to try and get another publisher on board so that I could be working full time on just on picture books, because I can't just do that just by having one publisher. So
Yeah.
I've been working on some news stories and pitching news stories to different publishers, and I found that to be very difficult, and to get past that. I can get through the door because I have an agent and I have some books published, and publishers seem to I've got get fairly good reaction to my portfolio from publishers, but getting a story that that getting a story, getting through the process of sign off on that, I've found to be, I've put lots of work into a couple of things that have gone nowhere. So that I've found to be a bit frustrating and something that's new to me, because obviously in toys, I'm always working to a brief from a client. I guess toys is more similar to illustrating someone else's text, because you've got that starting point. Normally with a toy, someone says, I want a shape sorter, and it has to be this size, this price,
Yeah.
and we want it to be a character shaped like a character or a vehicle.
There's so many
So,
parameters that you
so
don't.
many parameters that and then you get started, you can't really go too far wrong. But I've never whereas in the toy industry, there are people who call themselves toy inventors, and they start from scratch, just like writing a book there and trying to come up with some brand new toy. And it's very, very difficult to succeed in that business, because people don't really like taking risks. So I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, again, it's sales. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
you have to weigh, like, are you willing to make or to risk your finances on an unknown? And I mean that's a challenge right now in the kidlit industry. Is there's with the economy the way it is in the U.S. There's a lot of publishers that are
yeah,
on anybody that isn't a known
yep, yep.
um, a
Like
known.
celebrity almost. Yeah,
I mean that's why you end up with a lot of celebrity books. Is it's just they know it's going to sell because of a name on the cover, and there's part of me that wants to be angry at them for it, like, but I also understand that if they don't do stuff like that, they may not survive, and in turn have the money to pay someone who's new or fresh or whatever you want to say in the long run. So
yeah.
slowly trying to build this bed of flowers. I like how you've basically done an entire piece. I only have an hour and a half left, really, for like the time frame that I normally go, and I've literally just made flowers so far. Like the speed at which you work and composed is so much faster. And I consider myself a fast worker, but you're outpacing me tonight.
Well, they're quite small, and I'm just kind of making them up as I go along. Really, I mean, the first one I'd done a little sketch of before, but this one's just
Yeah.
happened as I've done it. I I find people tend to respond to animals in vehicles quite well on my Instagram, so that's why I've done bugs in a vehicle of some kind. I don't know.
That's is there the question that I've been asked before, and I don't know if I have the exact answer, but I've had people ask me, um, is there something that you gravitate towards drawing more often than others? And I tend to think it's bears and elephants for me. But is there something you sort of like always lean on as like, if you got nothing to draw, this is the thing that comes out?
Quite often dogs, actually. Dogs and cats. But that, at the moment, when I first started kind of my Instagram account, when I started the MA, and I did quite a lot of dogs and cats and things like that. But these days I have, at the moment especially, I have got quite a bit of work to do, so I haven't really been post. I used to post on Instagram. I used to be quite obsessive about it, to be honest. I'd post like practically every day, sometimes twice a day. I'd post something. At the moment, I've slipped away from that, because I've got well, luckily I've got plenty of work on at the moment.
Yeah. Do you find social media I mean, you said like you obsessively sort of put stuff up. Do you find social media to be a good thing, a bad thing? Is it just a business thing?
I think it's been brilliant for me. I really can't grumble about it. But luckily, I got into Instagram before all the kind of algorithm changes, and all the focus on reels and everything. So I got into Instagram about 5 years ago, and my Instagram grew really quite quickly. From one point, it wasn't growing at all, and then I painted a picture of a tiger about 5 years ago, 4 years ago, a tiger, and it was because it was Chinese New Year, and it was the year of the tiger. I painted this loosely painted a picture of a tiger,
And
and that for some reason that blew up. Yeah, that was just, I've got a lot of followers from that, and then it's kind of quiet, and then you hit on something, and then it blows up. Like dogs in cars, I've painted a few dogs in cars that have got a lot of generated a lot of followers. And what else? Yeah, dogs in the wind. I did a few dogs in the wind.
you're the
But
dog. Yeah.
yeah, lately my Instagram seems to be kind of just pretty much just ticking over and not growing, and sometimes shrinking a little bit. So it's just kind of
It is
flatlined, I find.
slowed down dramatically. Like I used to, the amount of people I used to get on a regular basis is no more.
Yeah.
And it's not the worst thing in the world, but it is sort of interesting that it sort of dropped off as dramatically as it did recently. But I assume it's all algorithm. And to be honest,
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything that I like. A few random jobs here and there that came off of social media.
Right.
Not like it's the breadwinner out of the bunch. But let me.
Yeah,
Oh,
for me, I have had some, like this French magazine. They definitely had approached me. Well, they approached me through Instagram, or they said they had definitely seen my work on Instagram. So there are publishers who are looking at Instagram. So I'm still keeping there. I'm still keeping it going, but not as often as I used to.
do
And
you?
I've met some really nice people through it. I mean, this it's great in that respect. And this kind of thing that you're doing, it's all positive.
It's been a like I get other things out of social media than potentially the business aspect.
Yeah.
The business part is important, and I do want to make sure that I'm not like saying, "Oh, it's no need for social media," but it definitely is a it has a different context for me now than what I think it did when I started out. I saw it as I need to grow my followers early on, and now it's I need to post for this or for the educational side as much as the like to share information as much as it is to take in followers or take in something for myself.
Right.
Um, I asked this question to a lot of folks, and I'm wondering if it sort of falls into your court as well. But have you ever considered teaching, or have you ever done like workshops or anything with your artwork?
Yeah, no, I haven't. No. I'm quite introverted, so I kind of, but I, no, I haven't. I've thought about it, and at the moment, I don't really have time at this particular moment. But 6 months ago, I had plenty of time, so it's tricky because knowing when I'm going to be busy and when I'm not going to be busy, and like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's that aspect. Like I know some illustrators through Instagram, some people off my course who have made quite a success out of Patreon
Yep. Yep.
and posting like process what they've been doing this month, and people sign up and pay a small amount per month, and if you get a few hundred people, then that can add up to a reasonable amount. And I keep thinking, oh, maybe I should do that, but then I just never seem to get around to it. So
It's one of those ones I've never been able to. People have told me to do the Patreon or Substack or all these things.
yeah,
There's also the side of me that goes that I don't want to put a barrier or a paywall for some of that stuff. But at some point, if it becomes my sole income, then maybe I do. But
yeah.
not necessary, and so it's sort of like share at this point. But let's see, almost flowers down here. Oh, one other little flower right here.
Yeah, and the other thing that I keep thinking I need to do is sell kind of prints and stuff like that. But then I went through a small phase where I did a couple of like print fairs that they have here, and they were good, but there's so much work preparing for them.
Yeah,
So I think it'd make more sense to sell prints online, but then I just can't seem to get around to organising that either, having a shop online or anything like that.
I that's one thing that I've tried to do is sell some stuff online, but I think you have to make like a serious go of it if you want to do that. It can't be passive income
Yeah, right.
some way, and that's what I've always sort of treated it like. And so I think if I'm going to do something like that, I gotta all in, because there's so much upfront cost of getting stuff printed and like managing it all that I don't know if I have the patience for at this point.
Right. I think I'm done. I think I'm going to go and watch a bit of television.
Ah, okay. What are we watching? What are we watching?
I've no idea actually at the moment. I've kind of exhausted most things. I don't know. Well, I think whatever my wife's watching at the moment, which could be anything.
The one that my wife and I have gotten into is I don't know if this one rings a bell, but Stath Let's Flats. I don't know if you
Oh
know.
yeah, I've not tried that. No,
Oh,
I've not
it's
tried
so
that.
funny. It is ridiculously funny. Um, I don't even know how old I know it's not recent. I think it's like 2018 or something like that. It's as close as it gets. But um, I don't know what on the BBC that's on, but it's online at least. Okay, well let me switch my camera back and I'll do a proper send off here in 1 second. Let me just cut this little bit of flour off of this. Okay, here. I'm gonna switch my camera this way. Boop. Back to me. Well, I will say thank you so much for joining me. I had a lovely conversation, first of all, but also just watching you work and hearing your perspective on odds and ends is wonderful. And I think a lot of folks can take a lot away from the conversation today of sort of their approach, and potentially even like one of the takeaways for me is just that idea of this is going to sound, well, the idea of a career shift at some point to what you truly
Yeah,
love is
I
such an
think
important thing that
I'd
will,
like to encourage people to do that. If they're thinking about that, then
like,
just go for it, you know?
yeah, why wait? Just
Yeah.
take the plunge and try it. And so I thank you so much for joining. And if people are watching again, it may be listed as something else, but this one that I have is Henry the Dog. Is it in the U.S.? Do you know when it comes out in the U.S.?
September like 6th, some like the first end of the first week in September, I think, or it might be early or middle September. It's called Henry is an Artist, yeah.
Henry is an artist. Okay. With a different cover,
With a different cover, yeah.
but same interior throughout. Um, did
Yep.
that did that one require the little like?
I
Uh,
don't know actually. I've not got a copy of it yet, so I'm not sure. I know that we had to change obviously a little some of the language because Henry's sculptures get thrown in the bin or the rubbish bin or whatever in the UK, but in America it will be the
yeah, garbage.
garbage bin, yeah,
Yeah.
the trash, yeah.
Yeah. Depending on where you, I mean, in the U.S. we're big enough that you can call things different things depending on what region you're in. So it's but go out and get that book if you haven't already. But yeah, thank you, and a lovely evening resting and watching some TV.
Thank
And
you.
later,
Yep, thank you for inviting me, and I've been following you on Instagram, and it's just I'm honoured to be part of your show or whatever you call it. What do you call it? It's not a podcast. It's a.
I've been calling it. I don't know. I've been calling it a web show. I don't. That's the closest I can get.
That's good enough.
Yeah, good enough. But
All
thank
right.
you, and I will talk to you later.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Bye. Oh, my ceiling. So I'm going to continue on. I've barely gotten into like the heart of this piece. I've just been building flowers for like 2.5 hours, which is really dumb. But I'm going to jump back down in my downshoot. Again, for those that are tuning in who have not had the opportunity to watch part one, it's already posted on Instagram, but it'll be posted on YouTube later. Two reminders. One, mentorship. If you were looking for a mentorship, reach out to me in a DM. I'm taking on some new folks. I'm trying to fit people in. There's some space that's open. And then the other was similar. We might be fighting days, but with Justin's Henry in art is an artist. Comes out relatively close to the day where Piggy Bank saves the day. My book, I think mine comes out on the 2nd or the 4th, and so it comes out on the 6th. Hopefully we don't butt heads in the stores here in the U.S., but otherwise, I'm going to hop back down into the downshoot and keep going. If you have questions then, so what I'll do is I'll put in here, ask me anything. Thank you, Illustrated, I see. Anything was an exclamation point. September 2nd. What did I say? Did I say second or 4th? Yeah, it was one of those two. So 2nd. Anyways, so ask me anything is in there. I'm going to pin that comment. And then I will switch my view. There's my ceiling. I don't want you to see I don't know why I care about people seeing the ceiling, but I do. So that's the sketch I'm working from. It's similar to that. It's not going to be the exact same, but that's sort of what I'm playing with is bees collecting pollen. And so let me get my camera set up the angle that I need and zoomed in, zoomed out a way that makes sense. And I'll zoom out a little bit. Okay. Now, I can get in here and start shaping and making. So I want to do a bee, but this guy's too big now, so I need to trim this down a little. I'm going to make, I don't know what that was upstairs, but I hope it was something okay. Sounded like someone grinding something, but so again, if people have questions, throw them in the comments. I'm here to answer and to help where I can. What was it? Oh, a card shuffler. That's what that noise was. It sounds like an ice maker or something of the sort. No worries, bud. So yeah, ask questions. I'm happy to answer and help out where I can. I start up school. Actually, it's good training for me because I start up school in about 3 weeks, which is crazy. I need to finish up syllabi. In fact, that's part of what I'm doing tomorrow, is working on the syllabi for the courses. Getting that all squared up. If anybody wants to come take classes, there's always room. We can find room for you. I need to put a bee in some of these other ones, and I realized I probably shouldn't have stuck them down so hard first. Like, maybe I can peel up some of these petals and get this bee tucked down in one of these here. Let's see if I can do that down here. It's a question of how dried up are they? Like, can I get a little bee right here that's tucked down in there? Boop, 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 boop. Little bee, little bee. Oh boy, I love a little bee. What kind of questions we got, folks? How can I help today? Let me help you. Help me by letting me help you. Or something like that. These all need legs, they all need faces, they all need all this stuff, but I will get to it. First, I got to get them in here. There's a bee there. There's a bee there. Bee hidden there. I need to probably put another one over here. Let's see if I can get another. I might have to make some more bees. Some bee bits. No questions. Oh, there we go. Do I have any online classes? I don't have any. I mean, besides the mentorships, I don't have any online stuff going on right now. At some point, I probably should introduce some online options, but so far it's been relatively. I don't want to say quiet on that front, but I do need to probably introduce some online things. It's the challenge that I have, and this is not a challenge that anybody else out there needs to worry about, but with my teaching, there's questions about what is for the school and what is for me, and where I can put my time and effort, and we're as all institutions are struggling right now in the U.S., all higher ed institutions are. So are we, by quite a ways. And so any sort of work that I do that is in the same vein needs to be essentially approved. And, so like I could probably do online classes to the school. That'd be easy to do, but then it becomes a question of, do I want to do that, or do I want to do my own thing? And if I want to do my own thing, how does it differ, or how does it not impact or impede what we do elsewhere? So those are the fun questions that I have to answer. Let's see, I'm going to put some other, I made all these like swatches that I haven't used yet, so maybe I'll use some of these. There's some bees in the background. Oh, I do have the Domestika course. You're right, Bill Stratton. I totally forgot about that. There's that. I do get a little cut from that eventually. I haven't earned out on it yet. It's taking forever. But I also, for anybody that knows how books work, Kidlit works, and what a advance on royalties is. I don't know if folks know what that means, but I can explain it in just a second. Domestika works that same way. and so I asked for a higher advance, which basically means I got paid more up front, and it takes longer for it to earn out for me to get royalties on every person that signs up. And so, you know, in a sense, I may have, if I didn't do that, I may have crossed that threshold earlier. But it's so here I'll explain for those that don't know. How about this? If you want to learn how advances work and how payment works within the industry of kidlit, I will tell you. But I want to see a thumbs up first in the comments. I want to know people are actually watching. Show me that you care. I don't want to just do it on a whim. I need to know that I'm talking to people and not just myself. Okay, there's thumbs up. There we go. Okay. Now I can do it. Now I can do it. I don't. It's okay now. So okay, Teacher Marin, I said thumbs up. That's a hand clap. So the setup on a lot of this, in different industries, they pay differently. So like I used to work in editorial, and did a lot of work through that, and that would be what they call a flat fee. So a flat fee is essentially they offer you a job. I should say this right off the bat. This is just great professional advice. Don't take a job unless they tell you how much they're going to pay you up front. And what I mean by that is don't take a job without having some guarantee that there will be some payment written in a contract somewhere that says you're going to get paid this amount at this time, and you know, whatever it may be. The only job that I have ever had where I did not know how much I was going to get paid was a job I had to bid on, i.e. I had to suggest what the pay would be. And that was an advertising gig, and that's a little bit more common in advertising. But outside of that, so stuff like editorial or book covers and stuff is a flat fee, which means they pay you once, they pay you up front, or not up front, they pay you when the job is done. Sometimes you can build into a contract a thing called kill fees and other things like that in case something goes wrong. But generally it's at the end. There are some companies that will split it. So you might get like 50% up front and 50% at the back end. But effectively you're getting one payment. Whereas in kidlit, it's built on royalties. And there are different industries outside of kidlit that use royalties as well, similar to like Domestika does it, wherein every book that sells, you get a portion of. And it's a matter of how many sell, how soon they sell. Like I have one of the publishers I work with, if it sells a certain amount by a certain amount of time, I get more money. It's sort of a little bonus that gets it played in. So like if it does well, then great, I get a little bump. But what an advance is it's saying we are going to pay you some royalties up front for the work that you're doing without knowledge of how much it's going to sell. Because the royalties, again, they want to make money. They have to guess how many books are going to sell of this title. And then they have to sort of bank and say, okay, we think it's going to, let's say they print 10,000 copies of a book, and they think they can sell those 10,000 copies. Well, they want to essentially know that they want to make sure that they are, if they pay you a certain amount of money, they're not overpaying you if for some reason it doesn't do as well as they expect. So they have to sort of hedge their bets and figure out what makes the most sense for their payment schedule, just as much as you need to hedge your bets and go, do you think it's going to sell well in the same way? So an advance on royalties is essentially them saying, we're going to pay a certain amount of those royalties up front, but you will not see other royalties, i.e., let's say, here, I'll write it down on the paper here. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Let's say you have, let me do it with something a little darker. I'll do it with a Sharpie here. Let's say they make 10,000 copies, all right? Boom. These are the copies they make. And they give you a $8,000. I'm just making numbers that are easy here. Well, actually, let's say they give you a $10,000 advance, right? That means that assuming you make $1 per book, that they need to sell 10,000 copies in order for them to make their money back on the advance they already gave you. Once you meet that advance, it's called earning out. At that point, you will make $1 per every book that sells after that point. So the challenge becomes trying to figure out if a book is going to sell well and it's going to get royalties, like it's going to earn out. Well, then you want to make sure that your royalty price is high enough that you're not getting $1 per book, you're getting $2 per book or $3, whatever percentage makes sense. And these numbers are made up, so don't stick to these as the numbers, but this is just to make it easy. If you don't think a book is going to sell well, then you want to make sure you have a higher advance, because let's say they make 10,000 copies and you only sell 500 of them, i.e. you've only earned them $500 to be able to pay you. You don't have to pay them back $9,500. That $10,000 advance is yours, no matter how it sells. And so there's this challenge of trying to figure out, like, at least in my mind, there's this challenge of, is a book worth working on if the royalties are not good enough, if the advance isn't high enough, or things of that sort. So one of the books that I worked on in particular that's a good example of this was the Darwin book, which is the Little People, Big Dreams. It's a series. And so that book, when they offered it, the advance they offered was very low, and like extremely low compared to what I was expecting. And my initial reaction was, oh man, this is a bad deal. Why would anybody ever take this deal? And so in my understanding of the series, it had done well. So I'm like, okay, so people have done these books. Someone along the line decided, hey, this is a deal I want to take. And so rather than just saying no, I said, okay, why are people saying yes to this? Because I'm assuming they're offering them the same amount they're offering me. And so I reached out to some of those illustrators and said, like, people that I knew or people that I respected their work, etc. And I said, why did you take this deal? It doesn't make sense to me. And I think it was like 2 or 3 of them I wrote to, and I got back from at least a couple of them saying, don't even fret it. Don't worry about it. The royalties that you will make are going to far exceed the advance, and you'll be okay. And, looking back on it, now I understand why. And the reason why is because those books are put together in packages. They're made into products. There's a lot of avenues where those books have an opportunity to be more than just a single book. And as it worked out, I ended up taking that deal, and I'm not trying to brag or anything of the sort, because it wasn't a huge payday, but the first, very quickly it earned out. I got, earned out the advance, and the first royalty check I got, I think, was higher than the advance. And so, those people were right. Like, don't just assume because it's a low price that it's a bad deal. And I still, to this day, get royalty checks from that. And that book has been published in multiple markets. It's translated multiple times, etc. So it's not like it's a loss of any sort because it had a smaller advance. It's just a different form or a different structure of payment because those royalties were really where the money was. And so that the challenge of being an illustrator, or a challenge of all of this, is trying to figure out sort of what makes the most sense for the type of work that you're doing. Where are you going to see the benefit? When to say yay or nay, depending on what you're doing. So, I almost said no to that deal, and I'm glad I didn't. And even my agent was concerned about that price, but when I found out the information I did, well, it made a huge difference on my perception of what I should say in that situation. And I'm glad that those folks that I reached out to were honest about that kind of pricing. So I hope that makes sense, that idea of that advance. So when someone says an advance, it literally means an advance on royalties, not some other sort of approach. So hopefully that helps folks. I don't want that B to be as big as I'm projecting it to be, so this will probably be good. Are there questions about that? Let me put that out there. Are there questions about how that works? Or other questions that are like things like this? I'm trying to think if there's other. So like, here's the other thing I would say, and this is a disclaimer. This is a, hey, watch yourself for challenges that come out. There's a lot of folks who want to do self-publishing, and self-publishing isn't inherently bad of any sort, but it comes with challenges. And one of those challenges is the payment structure. That if someone says, I'll hire you to be an illustrator, most of the time they don't pay enough for the work that needs to be done. Like just a matter of time and effort that goes into it. But the other thing that comes out of it is oftentimes the way they pay is because they may not have the money up front. So let's say it's a writer that says, hey, I'm self-publishing a book. I want you to be the illustrator. You'll get a cut of every book that comes out or gets sold, which sounds, great. Maybe they'll offer you 50%. And that at first may sound like an amazing deal. Like, well, I'm going to get 50% of cover price or whatever, or not cover price, but net in that case, or profit essentially. However, the thing that has to be considered in a situation like that is the actual saleability. That's a weird word, but saleability of that project. And for as much as I love the idea of saying that, it's cool to go out and make your own work, the real challenge for any self-publisher is getting their book sold. It's not the making part. Anybody can make a book. It's getting it sold to people. And so that idea of, if you have to put up capital up front, you have to put up the money to get this book published, and then if it doesn't sell, you're out that money. That's the challenge. Or let's not even add money into it. You put up the time and then it doesn't sell. That's the challenge. And so when people say you get a cut of it, that's cool. But if they're not going to sell the amount that you need to make your money back, then you might eventually just have lost a bunch of money or time. In that case, that could be used elsewhere. And so, the other thing that comes into play is if you're working with a traditional publisher, and again, I'm not saying that self-publishing is bad. It does work for quite a few folks. But if you're working with a traditional publisher, they might be able to sell 50 books to a bookstore because they go through warehouses and they go through big stock, and they have tons printed ahead of time and blah, 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 blah. Whereas if you're self-publishing, more than likely you have to go into the bookstore and say, hey, will you carry my book? And in doing so, a lot of times they will buy or shelve 1, 2 books. They're not going to shelve 20 in the same way they might with a large publisher's content. And so then it becomes this challenge of, again, how much time, how much effort are you putting into this? And is it bearing fruit? Is it making the profit that you need it to make? And a lot of times that ends up being no. And again, I don't think it means that it's a, like, every project is a don't do this of any sort, but it definitely makes you think differently about where you put your time and your effort in those situations. Hopefully that makes or connects and makes sense for everybody. It's oftentimes and this, I think originally when I started out too, I got so enamored with the idea of just getting work that I would overlook some of those variables. And I would, some of the work that I did, some of it was just literally the time frame that I worked, that it's just like, I had no concept of how much I should be paid, or literally the economy was different and people just didn't pay as much. But looking back on it, I probably should have gotten paid more for some of the things that I did. But I just didn't have the knowledge. I didn't have someone there over my shoulder going, hey, let's look at it this way. I mean, I had students who recently reached out to me with saying they got an offer to work on some picture books or to be listed with this publisher who was sort of a self-publisher of sorts. And I broke down how much money they would make per page based on the price that they were paying. And it was well below minimum wage. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't say no to it, or that they should say no to it, but I was warning them that the time and effort without security of actually getting a book sold or things of the sort, like you need to very carefully look at the deal. And it's not like they were trying to scam the artist. It was just the person who made those books didn't know how much time and effort goes into producing a book. So, are there other questions? Things like that I can answer? This is what I do for a living. This is the kind of conversations I have quite often in my classes. So I'm happy to dive deep into any of these subjects. Trying to figure out, I need to put another bee up here somewhere. Let me. Bees. No other questions from anybody? You just don't want to hear me chat about that kind of stuff? Any questions about art? Any questions about, I don't know, what else? Thank you for the generosity with your knowledge. I have to run. See you next week. Thank you, Teacher Marin. I saw your, I think it was oil paintings that you were doing the other day on my feed, and they were lovely. It's not my skill set. Never been an oil person. If I paint with oils, I make mud. That's how I operate. I make mud. I make mud. Baby ain't sweet like mine. I make mud. Nude oils. No, they were good. I really liked them. I was very impressed. Okay. Now that we're getting rid of Teacher Marin, the party can start. Who else has questions? Who else has something they want to know? I wonder if I should know the little bee bum down here. Like that. Oh, that's pretty good. Actually, I like that. Or should I go over here? Maybe over here. Maybe it's like a big old bee bum down there. A bee bum. Bee bum, 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 bum. Here's, I'll put a little tiny one up here, like this. And I'll put a big bee bum down there. A big bee bum down there. Oh, yeah. Elvis. Where are we time-wise? Okay, I got about an hour. I should be able to make it. I think. So I'm going to try to work tonight. If not, I'll do it tomorrow on more likely it'll happen tomorrow, the ads for the next month of who we have coming on. We got a good old list. I just got someone recently to say yes that I think we have to schedule it, but that you all thoroughly enjoy. Not that you haven't enjoyed everybody else, but I think it's going to be a good one. And then we have folks that we're booking out into September, I think, already and beyond. So we had a lot of people that we reached out to for the summer saying like, hey, would you be willing to be on? And they said yes. And then, or said maybe, but I can definitely do the fall, or give me a few weeks because it's summer travel or whatever. And so I have a feeling we're going to end up with a lot of folks very easily for the fall. Bill Illustrated says, have to run to a meeting. Thank you, and look forward to catch him later. Take care, everyone. Thank you, Bill Illustrated. So I'll put one more little buzzy up here. Clive MCS, I think, I'm guessing, says, I love the piece you were making. Thank you. I think it was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I was talking to someone about how I don't do a lot of bees. I don't draw a lot of bees. I need to draw bees. And so here we are. I'm trying to think, like, I did have a color. I'm trying to think of how I'm going to do the wings. Maybe the wings will be a little different, but okay. I do have one. Count them. One. We'll do this. 2. 3. And maybe one more flower. Maybe a little tiny flower. I can cut this down to like just the tiniest little. Boop. Boop. I just have to do all the pencil and the faces on these things. Boop. Here's the tiniest little wonky flower. It's only got 3 petals. I got 4 little flowers left. Let's see. Might be losing my style. Wait. Might be losing my style. How did you find your style? And how much is your style related to the materials you use? That's a really good question, because like materials can influence so dramatically, or your approach. I mean, I was saying to Justin earlier on the feed the idea of using a bigger brush ultimately can result in thicker lines or a different approach in some way. And so that idea of material choice can make such a difference. Style sort of came over time. The approach, I don't even know if it's style, but the approach came over time. Obviously humor is a thing that I enjoy, or silliness, or I don't even know if it's silly, but it's just weirdness, like playing with shape and things of the sort. I've always been a shape person, more so than a detail person. Like even at points I tried to like paint more detail into things when I was younger, but I'm less concerned with that. I'm more concerned with like the overall shape language that shows up. And so I spent time in animation. That made a huge difference in sort of understanding of shape language, because you're not able to put in every single detail. You have to be conservative in things, in use of textures and blah 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 blah. But also on top of that, the idea of the what am I trying to say? The approach that I have has always been, and I say always, I'm meaning like in the last few years, has always sort of been aiming towards trying to get back to a awkwardness with the work. And so there's less me being caught up in this thing needs to be perfect, and more of me trying to say like, how can I make this thing less perfect? And so like, choosing, like I knew doing this piece, I wanted to do flowers. Like before I even sketched, I knew I wanted to do flowers with ridiculously thick stems. is that what it's supposed to have? No, flowers don't have big old thick stems, but to me it made it more childlike, like a little kid drawing a tree. The proportions are sometimes really funny or weird, and so if I can capture some of that, I wanted to do it. I might actually put those eyes lower on that guy. Lower eyes, I feel like it's funnier. Big old foreheads. Now that I did this one, I'm like, it's a better choice. And so a lot of my decision making is like, how can I go back to sort of the way I made work when I was really young? And that in turn informs the way that I approach textures and approach application of material, like going in here and scrubbing and not worrying as much about sort of like, is it the perfect smooth brush line or things of the sort is second fiddle to, does it just look cool? And then on top of that, if you go back and watch part one of this, one of the things I mentioned to Justin was that when I started out, I was trying to, early on, I was very much like I'm going to add in details where I can and try to be, create something beautiful. And eventually it turned into, I really want to make things that have this like loose, playful style, i.e. textures and things of the sort, but I was doing it all with paint. So I was mixing colors and things of the sort on the surface, which is absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But the hard part for me was I was always trying to maintain this sharp edge, i.e. like really crisp, clean edges, but really loose interior. And I found that I was spending so much time having to correct or really push the edge, and all my work was like the texture wasn't going all the way to the edge because of it. I was sort of erring on the side of let's not put too much texture in towards the edge because then I have to clean it up and do things of that sort. And in doing this, switching to collage meant that I could have these textures and I could have these things that are irregular because I'm building the texture before I even know how I'm going to use it. I'm making these swatches. So like grabbing, let's see if I can grab a good one here. Grabbing something like this, where it has a bunch of different colors. This is the color palette for the day, but that has all these different things. Depending on where I cut it, I can get different sort of colors or shifts or tones that shift and transition and blah, 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 blah. And so in doing that, all of a sudden I can have these like really interesting edges that are crisp, but also have the interior, have the texture that I like. And so just over time, collage made more and more sense. Now, does that inform the way that I work? I would say 50-50. I was trying to achieve that without the material first. And now the material makes that easier. So, is it, I don't know. It's the chicken or the egg sort of approach. Let's put it that way. I wonder if I can get, that's going to be too light, I think. Yeah, it's too light of a, I'm trying to figure out what color I can do these wings on these bees. The other thing I'm going to do, I'm going to add a bunch of different colors into them, so their stripes are going to have some like tone in them. These are all going to have petals. There's going to be little legs and things of the sort. In fact, maybe I should just do the little legs now. I wonder if I should do, because originally I was going to have baskets that they were holding. That's a question, do I want to do those baskets? And if so, what color do I do those baskets? This may be an opportunity. I'm going to use a different type of trace to see how it works. Am I inspired by my childhood art or like the art of your kids? The Boab chunky flowers. I know that tree. I love Boab trees. I think that originally my mindset was very much I want to achieve what I'm doing, but also having a kid definitely helps because I can sit there and look at what my kid has done and realize that his aesthetic, his approach is, he's doing something because he's not an artist by trade. He wasn't, and I don't think he'd be offended if I said this, but I don't think he wants to be an artist long term or anything of the sort. And so his approach to it is very different than probably what mine was when I was a kid even. And so looking at that and coming back to it and saying like, oh, I want to achieve what he's doing has almost become a little bit more important to me because he has a much more sort of unfamiliar approach compared to what I had when I was little, if that makes any sense. I'm not saying that my work was like perfect at the beginning or anything of the sort, but it definitely, I had a clearer vision that I wanted to be an artist at an earlier point in my life. And so I probably leaned a little bit more towards that in general. I'm trying to figure out if I make a basket, what color do I want that basket to be? Like, do I want it to be any of these colors here? Maybe something like this, like sort of neutrally gray purple. Actually, might make a lot of sense. I have no idea what my son and wife are doing upstairs, but they're clearly having a good time. Whatever they're doing, they're cracking up. Sounds like they're playing like a game or something. Are there other questions that I can answer? Like right now, I'm just trying to make enough that I can make little baskets. That's the goal. Where are we time-wise? Okay, we're good. We're good. We'll get there. We kept our son home from camp today because it was raining so much. And it's always a challenge of like, is he going to be bored at home? But so far, it sounds like no. It sounds like they're having a good old time. I am going to hair dryer this, so it's going to get loud for a second. Bear with me. Okay. Oh, I know they're playing a game because it's the card thing. Yeah. Now that I think about it, they said they were using a card shuffler. This is my ability to weave a basket is showing up right here. These are going to be baskets. You'll see. Okay, let's see. Now, let's cut out that a little bit so I don't have to deal with as much. Put that over there. And I'm going to cut out little baskets. I think they need to be shallower than that. Or at least this one does. So I got to fit one right in here. Wonder if I can get a little bit closer with the camera, but yeah, I need a little, that's maybe a little tight. I mean, that's probably okay. I could do an overlap if need be. And then this is going to have a little basket over there. And then that guy's going to have a basket. Oh, I don't like that cut. Let's try a different one. Let's see, which angle is it going? It's going that way. So trim this edge. You'll see even there, I don't know if anybody noticed, but I just cut this edge and then I'm just gonna, it had a straight edge and I'm cutting it sort of straight again. But here's the thing that's important to me is in cutting that, I did not cut a perfectly straight edge. And it's important to me that it is not perfectly straight. It's gotta be close, but not perfectly straight. And so I'm trying to think if there's like one other little bit that I can do in here that would be helpful. So like even just a little chunk right there. He's sort of flying by, or maybe he's got it here and he's collecting. Let's see. What artists up and coming from 100 years ago are you inspiring you right now, or do you draw your info from non-artists? Good question. I tend to pull from a variety of different things. The truth of the matter is I'm actually not that big into looking at art. Like, it's fun to look at picture books, I get that, but going to a museum is not my, like, the thing I always want to do. As some artists are like, oh, you got to get out to the museum. It's okay. It's not, if we go, we go. I don't, gallery shows, not always my thing either. What I tend to draw inspiration from things more so than artists. So, like, the equivalent of like shape language. I'm more interested in seeing a shape that and going like, how do I implement that into a bit of artwork? So like there was the other day, I was out somewhere and there was this shape that looked like this, and it was like this, but then it had this little triangle that stuck out right there, and I was like, no, that's not even a good example. I'm gonna try to draw it better here. It was this like sort of orb, and then it came and had this point like that. And I don't even know, it was in concrete, so it wasn't anything, but it looked like a face to me. And I was like, oh, there's the nose. And if I put two little eyes here, and I put an ear here, and I put hair, then all of a sudden it becomes this big headed kid. And to me, that was like, okay, well, how do I put that shape into a piece? And so it's not really art, but it is visually inspired. As far as artists, though, in general, like, I love Christian Robinson, I love Eric Carle, like collage folks. But then on top of that, there's some artists that I really love for their work outside of kidlit. So I'm a big fan of Phil Hale, who is a sci-fi fantasy person. I think his use of negative space was always so lovely. I think he's still working. But the stuff I know of was from the 90s. And so I really love that. Hello, bud. Don't come on here and try to scare me, please. And then,
But what if I did?
oh, then I'd be angry. And I would blow up at you, and everybody would hear how angry I was. And then I'd get hate mail because you're not supposed to yell at your kid like that. No, I'm trying to think. There's some other artists that are, I like a lot of artists that are naive, i.e., or untrained. So like roadside artists in the South who sell little bits and pieces, I think are fun. There's a guy named James Buddy Snipes who I think is really cool, the stuff that he makes. I like old medical and barbershop signs from Ethiopia and some of those locations, or like movie posters, hand-painted movie posters from, I think they're Guyanese, not Guyanese, they are from, where are they from? I can't remember. There's a bunch of, I mean, it's different countries in Africa for the most part, but there is a region that has more of them than others. And so I like some of those, like, again, it's all shape language. So it's all like interesting things they do that they potentially don't know they're doing, or they're not cognizant of, that I look at and go like, oh, that's a really cool aesthetic. How can I apply that to my work going forward? I need black paint. Hopefully that movie poster is from Ghana. That's what it is. Not Guyanese. Guyanese is South America. Or Guyana versus Ghana. It would have been cool to see if you took a photo of that shape and drawn on top of it. Yeah, it was some, I forget where it was. It was just a bit of concrete, and it looked cool. And so or like color palettes and things like that just oftentimes come from things that are other than art. And so hopefully that helps make sense. So this paint was dry, but it's not completely dry. Look at these. I'm gonna have to clean these up later, but I'll get them in there for now. As far as other people, Faye Morehouse, I don't know if anybody knows Faye Morehouse, but Faye Morehouse's stuff is fabulous. I went real chunky with that white paint there. I didn't mean to go so chunky. Get a little thick. And you get to hear my dogs go crazy because it sounds like they're going to train the dogs upstairs, which is always fun to hear them go nuts. All I got to do is I put down white and then realized I didn't do it yet, but I need to do the wings. The wings. Again, I think white could work in some situations like this, but not necessarily all of them. So I might have to darken up other areas, but if I do this, maybe I do them in white and I do little details in another color. I might have to darken up around the edge though, ever so slightly. Get those wings to pop. Vendel Rinsick. That's the best I'm going to do right now. This work right now is totally free, but have your clients ever thought you went too far with the crudeness, unperfectness of your art? It's a very good question. Not necessarily. I think the challenge is, I'm coming in with a sketch beforehand, and the sketch isn't a perfect one-to-one, but it is a sketch. And so they have an understanding of like the type of play that I'm trying to make. They understand that it's got some weirdness and some strangeness to the materials and things of the sort. But I think that's the challenge with collage, is there has to be some give and take. I can sketch out something and make it perfect in the sketch, but when I get to the actual material, I don't know if I'll ever be able to make it match 100%. Just because of, not just because of the shape or anything of the sort, but sometimes the texture. Sometimes, I put down a tone and then it doesn't work next to another one. There's all sorts of reasons why it could potentially have some issues. But I have not had a client so far have issue with it. In fact, I have a feeling it's going to be a benefit because there are so many things right now, and this is going to be a loaded statement, but there are so many people out there right now trying to make really perfect looking images, and the idea of letting something be a little bit more free. I mean, even as an example, I don't, this is not meant to disparage, but someone like Maria Deck, D-E-K. I don't know if you know Maria Deck, but, and don't worry about asking questions. This is fine. This is what this is meant to be. Maria Deck does really beautiful images that if you look at it, you're probably going to immediately go, oh, this person doesn't understand certain concepts of art, but that's a style choice. That's what they do. And their work to me is some of the most beautiful, and they've had multiple books come out. So it's in that style. And so I don't think there's any hesitation on the art of, or on the aspect of like looseness or irregularity in artwork. I think the bigger thing that shows up is just, is it conveying the message that it's supposed to convey? And as long as it does that, then I don't think they're going to really complain of any sort. Some of it is like build it into the general aesthetic and people will be okay with it. So one of the things that the best way I could probably describe this is if I were to say, I'm going to make a piece like this that's, weird and the proportions of the flowers aren't correct. But then on the next page, I had trees that were correct. Or if I had a car that looked like a correct shaped car, well, then, yeah, people are going to go, that doesn't make any sense because, there's one thing that's accurate and one thing that's not. So as long as I can make a world feel believable that this is what it's supposed to look like, and this is the shape of the bees that are in this world, and this is the shape of, whatever it may be, then we're probably fine. It's the same thing. I use as an example that same concept with color, that we all know a tree is brown at the bottom and green at the top for the most part. However, I could go and paint a tree purple and have a pink trunk to it, and it could totally be fine as long as I don't go and make the sky blue and the grass green and the road black and things of the sort. You have to have some sort of connectivity between those. And so as long as I make a world that feels like it's crazy enough, or the other way to play that is as long as the world has enough what do I want to say, like, I'm trying to think of the words that I'm trying to think of here. As long as the world feels I know what I was going to say. As long as there's, like, let's say lighting. If I go and put light onto a scene, I can make something that's supposed to, like a tree that's supposed to be green, and if it's lit by some crazy purple black light or something like that, that tree's going to change colors. It just is because of the space that it's in and the light that's hitting it. And so if I can justify the color in some way, then it doesn't really matter. That tree can become purple. And so I think that most art directors and most publishers can read between the lines on sort of what's going to work and what's not going to work, and understand that not every image has to be pure. And sometimes there's people that like stuff like this, that, like, the books that I like tend to be these really interesting textures or variety that maybe not the rest of the world is going to enjoy, but people do. They get published. So Chris Sarnock, that consistency is the key, right? You set the rules for the world. Yeah, essentially, as long as it's not breaking the rules that you've established on the first few pages, then you're okay. Like I'm trying to think of. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find that Maria Deck book or another one that we might have here. Oh, my legs. Give me 1 second. I'm almost over there. Yeah. So here's the example. And I think this book is amazing. And if people don't know this book, they should go out and get this book. But A Walk in the Forest by Maria Deck. And if I go look at something like this, one of the pages that got me to buy this book immediately was, where is it? Further in here. Thought it was. Did I pass it? Nope. It was towards the end. Here we go. Is this one? This face here. Now, there are people out there that might go, oh, that, it misses all the shadows, or it feels sort of like it's not as round as everything else. But if I go look and contextualize it with the rest of the world that's being described in this book, it totally fits and it totally makes sense with all the other work that's in here. And so that's that understanding of, like, shape and form that becomes so important to me. And I think Chris Thornock there says it beautifully in the sense of consistency is key. And so, that idea or the perception of, and I'm going back to this idea of, like, the art director and what their opinion is. And I'm not, forgive me, because Vendel Forensic, I'm not trying to be, like, contentious, like, how dare you say this is blah blah blah, that it's crude. Like, I don't care, that's fine. But I think that the understanding in the world of the art director is that it takes all types, and for every person that loves a beautifully rendered, like established light source kind of piece, there's someone else out there going like, who cares about the light? Give me something that's got a funny shape or a silly face or whatever it may be. And I want to live in that world. And it may mean that I get less jobs. It may mean that I'm making sacrifices I may not know about, but at the same time, like, I know this makes me happy. Happiness is key. If I'm happy, the way that I was taught, there's a lady named Mary Jane Began who, if you don't know her work, you can go look her up. She does kidlit as well. When I was in school, she said something to the effect of this. I'm paraphrasing here. I don't think she actually used these words, but she said basically, if you don't like what you're doing, you're going to half-ass it. I think she used the ass word, but she might not have. She might have said something very lovely, like, you're going to not put in the effort that you think you should. And that really stuck with me. And her sentiment was that if you really care, you will get excited about it and tell people how excited you are about said work. And you will get people excited about what you're doing purely based on the fact that you go out there and you're going to sell it harder. It's an idea that you are passionate about. And so even if it's not an idea that they're passionate about, you might make them passionate about it in the end, because you're going to go out there and you're going to be so happy about it. I know that when I was in college, there was a teacher, one of my favorite teachers, honestly, and I don't even remember his name. That's sad. I should go back and try to figure it out. I was in a 2D course freshman year, and it was, pretty standard, like 2D kind of stuff. And it was this guy that I was like, I have no connection to what this guy does. And part of it was he wasn't a painter. He wasn't something that I was used to. He wasn't an illustrator or anything of the sort. He was a jewelry maker. I'm like, why is this guy teaching this stuff? And I remember thinking, like, I'm not going to get it. But in the end, all I remember is he was South African. He had an accent, and it was cool. But in the end, he was so passionate about what he was teaching that I got excited about what he was teaching. Even if it wasn't my cup of tea normally, I got so excited by what he was talking about that eventually I was like, this guy's the coolest. I want to learn from him. And, did I learn everything I should have? Probably not. Was I a good student? Probably not. But there was a lot of great knowledge that came out of that class, even if it was the knowledge that, like, listen to the people who potentially are not your first choice of, or not someone who you normally gravitate towards. Like, give them the moment to shine, and you might be surprised. And that was sort of the thing that I took away from it. Let's put it that way. I hope that was a very long-winded thing, and I'm sorry it was so long-winded, but it got me passionate, as they say. I don't know who says that, but someone says that. At least in my world, they do. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start to build these flowers. I want to see if I have any oranges that are little orangey colors that might work in some of these. I get that. I want to get some of these greens down here. And really flush out some of these flowers. I'll try to, like, everybody hear that? What happened up there?
Dog got in a fight.
Over what?
Treat.
Ah. If I was up there, I'd fight too over those treats. They look pretty good.
Wait, it's Vendela. Renzik is my last name. Reindex cover. And breaks a lot of the rules, but it's quite wonderful. Yeah, she's someone. I'm a huge fan of Nomi Vola, who does similar stuff, and then Mark Majewski. I think that's how you say it. Majewski, I think. Who we're hopefully going to have on soon at some point. Does these things where like they're less concerned about like perfectionism and more concerned about the like. I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe they're like this is perfect, but are more concerned about like what it says than what it looks like. One of the things that I used to teach and or I guess I still teach. I don't know why I said I used to, but is when I crit the things that I consider important. The last one is actually what it looks like. The least important is what it looks like. And so the way that I sort of phrase it, and this is for anybody that's listening still, and this helps. If your work doesn't have a good idea, so the order in which I go, I'll write them down for you because this will make sense. I hope. So the order in which they go is concept. They're the 6 C's. So 6 C's. Concept. Composition. Contrast. Color. Context. And then the last one is craft. This marker's running out. And I'll explain here real quick. So, thank you for the color compliment. So, the idea is if you don't have a good idea, it doesn't matter whether your composition is good, your contrast is good, your color is good, the context of what it's for, or the craft, which basically means what it looks like, style. None of that matters if the concept doesn't do something. Then I can go down to the next one. Your composition isn't going to matter if, none of these other ones. So your contrast isn't going to matter if your eye jumps off the page or doesn't stay and want to look at things. Your color doesn't matter if you don't want to stay on the page. Content, craft, etc. down the line. Contrast comes before color because it probably should work in black and white first. Like you should have a good value structure. And then color. Context is who's it for. You need to solve these, the concept, composition, contrast, and color, before you get into who's it for. And the reason why I say that is all of this can hold up and be tilted towards like a young audience or an old audience or whatever you need. At that point, context becomes important. That might adjust some of these, but it's going to, it's not the most important thing right off the bat. The last thing is what it looks like. Again, if you don't hold up all these other things first, I don't care how beautiful your brushstroke is. I don't care how great that edge is. If you don't have a good concept or a good composition or a good contrast or a good color or know where you're going to show this work, then that doesn't really matter. And so that's the sort of mentality I go into all the crits that I do, is you need to know those things before you jump in and say, hey, this is a good piece or a bad piece, etc. I hope that makes sense. But so I call it my 6 C's. One student at one point called them the sexies. I don't think I'd go that far, but that's still the sentiment was there. I want this color. Interesting in the receiving party. The context comes so late in your process. No, I think I understand what you're saying there. The idea of the contrast, or I'm sorry, the context,
I think it's important that you know what it's for, but you can make work that's beautiful without necessarily being intended for a specific audience. And so it's not that context isn't important. I just don't know as it outweighs some of the other things first. I mean, again, like I can make a piece like this and say it's for a really young audience, um, or a let's say really really young audience versus let me put this. I can make this piece for a 0 to 1 year old, and I can make this piece for a 5-year-old, and that is a context difference. But ultimately, again, the concept needs to be solid enough. The color, all that kind of stuff needs to be understood in a general manner before I can jump into who's it for. And at a certain point, that needs to come into play. Obviously, you don't want it to be completely devoid of context, but I mean, obviously, if it's like for adults or for kids, you can probably decide that earlier in the process. But I just don't think it's as high up in some way as maybe it's some folks would expect it in my understanding. I mean, some of that also, like the context of what's it for, is dependent on if you're looking at a commercial market or things of that sort. If you're just making it for yourself, like who's it for? It's for you at that point, and like it doesn't really matter the as much in the same way as a if it's for a commercial output or for a larger audience of some sort. They're not fighting anymore. Is that really what it was? It's just treats, treats, treats? Maybe next time you'll learn your lesson and not bring them out in front of... What? Oh. So you're saying it's your fault? I really... Wait, where am I? I think I really like the 6Cs. I will think about this. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I mean, feel free to rearrange them. Feel free to change it. It's a nice device for students to like understand and or to sort of think about if they're doing a crit instead of just going in and going like, I don't know what to say about this. You can say, look at these 6 things. Say something about one of those. I've given you like a preemptive idea of something to play with, and figure out what you can say with it for these folks that you're critiquing. But it's not set in stone. Everybody can have their own version of it of some sort. Let's see. I need my white. I want this white. This pastel white. Or not pastel white. This aquarelle. No, supra color. Yeah, I guess it's just supra color. Why did I think it was aquarelle? Is it water-based? Yeah, it's a water-based one. That's maybe why I'm getting it mixed up. Let's see, what other ones do I have to do here? Let's see, I got these. I still have to do the tops of the baskets and the stuff coming out. I still have to do the legs. There's so much to do. And so little time. One of the cats is barfing. Gross. Okay, hose it out. My wife just pushed the cat out onto our screened-in porch to throw up. So she didn't throw up in the house. On the carpet. She can throw up on the porch and then we can wash it off. But that's gross times. Okay, let's see. I want some yellow in the mix on this. It's a matter of what yellow. Yellows are hard to show up on some of these. I do have a fluorescent yellow, but I don't think that's the right call today. Yes. That's nice sort of little bit orangey yellow in here I can throw in the mix. A little bit of a lighter yellow I can throw in too. I was trying to vary up some of those stems. And then the question is, do I want to put Monkey Mind Design? Thank you. Okay, everybody, hold on a second. I'm going to use a real pencil sharpener on this. It's loud. There we go. Look at that point. Yeah. I'm just going to put some little leaves on here, but I didn't want to make that much noise. There we go. Okay, now let's add some. I'm going to do it with this too. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, look at that point. Love it. Add a little touch of a shadow there. And I'm trying to look at some of these other spots to see if there's things I want to touch on. That's not the right color I want. Do I have a better color for that? That might work a little there. Let's get the eraser and get rid of some of the mess there. Okay, so let's build in some legs. Ooh, I forgot 2 points here. Little. Yep. I gotta put their faces in too. I haven't done that yet. I forget who it was. I think it was last week that Moitza asked about me leaving the faces until the end. It's not that I leave them till the end, just sometimes I forget about them. Sometimes they don't matter until a certain point, but I also just straight up forget about them sometimes. What other questions we got, folks? How can I help? How can I help? Is it a little too subtle in their variation there, something now. Add some white into the tips of them. That's good. Okay, let's build these basket handles first. So let's get my, what is this? Pale lilac out there. I need a tiny bit of this yellow ochre. I already got black out there, so that should be good. And I already have white out there. That should probably be enough. There's a combination of those colors is really what I need.
Who did that? There's a poo.
There's a poo?
Poo.
Charlie.
No, it was a dog poo.
Okay, let's see. I've not been keeping track of the time too, so hopefully I'm not going too close to the... I know I'm hungry, which means it's getting close to dinner time, but I hope I'm not too far off from the time that I was aiming towards. 5:52. Okay, so I'm getting close. I don't know if anybody saw the post my wife just made, but there's a poop in the dining room. One of the dogs. I think because it's raining potentially that they're maybe one of them pooped it out because of the fight. Or then again, maybe it was my son. Maybe he's got some issues he needs to work out. A little cheeky weekies in here. Why'd you do it then? Nothing.
Oh, come on.
Okay, let me get some little. These don't have teeth, but these do. I'm just gonna feel a little dumb looking. So I'm giving them little teeth. I need to give them little eyebrows too. Go into the sharpener. There we go. Little hints of eyebrows. And I'm going to come back with, what's the softest pink I have? Maybe this one. Let me get some more. Bits of pink in there. Let me get some of this blue into some of these. This is probably the most like natural palette I've done in a while. Like things, flowers are actually pink and bees are yellow and black. Okay, so let's get these little leggies in now. What I do is figure out I want to draw them in for holding the basket. And they need little stingers too. Last thing I gotta do is put in little bits of pollen into those, and little bits of pollen coming out. She has some legs sticking out this way. And this guy should have some little beep, beep, beep. Bits like that. This one should probably have come out here, and this one doesn't have any sense of what direction, so it's going this way. Did I get them all? Legs, 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 yes. Okay. Now let me pencil in their little stingers. Bzz, 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 bzz. Okay. Oh, what's going on there? Oh, because it's got some glue that's stuck down there. Hold on. Let me see if I can solve that. Sometimes this eraser can pick up some of the glue and make it a little bit easier too. Yeah, a little bit. Might need to touch that one up with a little bit of paint. Everybody online, on the count of three, I want you to say, "Hey Charlie, put away your dishes." 1, 2, 3. Hey Charlie, put away the dishes. He didn't want to take the suggestion. Okay. So let me put in some little bits of pollen in here. Now this is the next challenge, is like making little spots that feel like they're connected to some of these colors. Let's put this down. Then I will wrap this up. We're about 6 o'clock, so we're getting right on the money. Honey. Honey. Where did I pale mint out? Did I even use pale mint? Oh yeah, I did, I guess. Yes, I did. I got that out there, but I can put more of it out just in case. And then I want a little touch of this. Doesn't need to be much. Okay. I need white. There we go. I just want to get little like. Little bits of pollen. And these. Let's see. So this one's kicking out orange pollen. Okay, so little bits of pollen in this. Little bits of pollen in this. A little bit more over here. This probably isn't very exciting for anybody. Watch me do little dots. Tanya Moyart. Good night. It's midnight here. Thanks for all the info and info. Not a problem. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Okay. That's pretty good on that one. Now I'm going to come up and I'm going to take this guy. Let's see. Touch that. Tiny little bit of black. Tiniest little bit. Okay, now. I'm getting close here, folks. Okay.
Yes, there are. There are. Right there. Oh my God.
Moidalize them?
There's two poop spots. That's why.
Mama. Mama, you gotta hold it next time.
There are 2 doggy poops upstairs, so one of our dogs, little dogs, everybody. Look at their faces. One of them's going to be guilty. Getting there. Pollen, 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 pollen. Okay, now let's get that pink in these baskets. I'm sorry, Mama. Your 6-year-old son said that. Thank you. Tell him thank you for me. Maybe just a touch more down in here. And then I'm going to do some little white pollen as well, just for the sake of argument. Oh, you know what I was going to do before I do that?
get one last little bit of this. I'll put it down here too. This guy's got to. Be kicking up some pollen as well. Did I get this? And yes, I think I did. And all the baskets. Okay, there we go. Now to the white. This is just basically for the baskets, just to give them a little bit more. Some little hair on the brush. There we go. Let's try to break these up with just the tiniest little bit of value in here. I also want to, while I'm here, touch up those eyes. One more basket, and then I think I might be done. I knocked over my pencils. That may be it. Touch up bits of white that need to be white in here, like that. This guy's eyes. Get those. Get this little lovely wing set right there. Take that one white. That one white. Touching them up when I can. Okay. One more set of wings. I think I'm done. Oh, you know what I was going to do is, maybe I'll do it, some little shadows on these. Let's see, I want to do it so I don't mess up the paint. A little bit of shadow on this to imply that it's slowly going over that. Same thing over here. Do a little touch. Like those, so it feels like it's sort of flying in front. The only other thing, and I have a question, maybe you guys can answer this. So the question is, how do you work with things like perspective and foreground, middle ground, background? How do you avoid everything flat on the surface with the collage technique? Well, this one's more flat than other ones, but sometimes it's scale, pretty much. It is knowing which piece to put down first, and knowing that, like, if I put down a piece on top of something, that without having some sense of perspective or the order in which things go. So like in this case, when I built the flowers, I did not put them down or put the stem down and put the flowers on. I built the flowers first. So they're pieces, because I knew that I was going to stack them and layer them. And if I didn't have some understanding of where to stick things down, it would be a problem. The other thing that I did in a lot of cases was I didn't stick down the petals first, so I knew that I could put the bees inside of the flowers. And so some of it is just learning how to deal with order and what order to do things in. But that idea of like pre-building pieces and then learning that, like, if I stack something on top, watching different color variations. So like right now, these three flowers are pretty much the same thing, so there's not enough value separation between them without some sort of color shift. And so I need to introduce some things in the foreground, even if they're smaller, even if they're bigger. Having something that's in there might help separate some of those pieces. And so some of it is just learning over time what's the best order to put things down. Some of it is going to be somewhat flat. It is going to register a little bit flat just because of the collage technique. So, and then also adding little hints of shadows. Like I am adding little touches of shadows in here so that some of the pieces feel like they're behind something versus in front. So like some of the shadows of the petals coming down or things of that sort can help sort of add some depth to the piece in general. So the only other thing I was thinking about doing, and I don't know if I want to do this or not, I'm going to do a little test run. And if I like it, I might leave it. But that idea of little lines that sort of imply the path of these bees, like a little line like that. This one. I always erase this if I don't like it, but that idea of this little guy sort of flying behind this other one here, and then this one potentially coming from below. And maybe I'll do one other one to imply that one just flew off. The page over here. So it says, okay. I think that's it. I think that's all I want to do here. So what I'm going to do, it's a standard protocol, is I clean this up, get my pencils put away. I think the only thing I grabbed out of this was that, and this, and this. Sorry. Oh, and orange. Were there any other colors that I grabbed out of this? I don't think so. I just have a special collection of colors that I'm using for the project that I'm working on right now, and they are this sort of palette, or not the exact palette that's in front of us right here, but some of the colors come from that same sort of world. And so I have a special jar up here so I can keep them separate. And so these get in this jar. Boom, boom. Fun. These flowers, these extra flowers, maybe I'll save them, and at some point I might want to use them again, but probably not. I'm going to get my paints out of the way. See if there's anything here that needs to stay out. I don't see anything that needs to stay out. I'll move all this stuff off to the side. I will clean up the space, and then I will put it on black for you so you can see it a little bit easier. So give me 1 second, and we'll get that done. And then I gotta go make dinner. Let's see. Get all these little pieces of bees here out of the way. The trash down here. Get them all unstuck from my hands. I'll grab my black foam core. And we will wrap for the night. There we go. That works. Okay, so again, on all these, I don't do a perfect translation of the sketch. The sketch is just an idea to give me something to work from. So my sketch tonight was essentially this. So I put it up here a little bit so we can see a little bit easier. And it has similar vein. I try to put more flowers on this side, little one here, a couple of big ones over here. I put more bees in. Their legs are tinier. I was going to put a little tiny one in the background for distance, but I kind of liked it scale-wise, a little bit bigger. Face shifted. You know, there's things that got moved around to make it work a little bit better, but in my mind. But I think I am done. So next week, Lauren, do you know who we have on next week? Off the top of your head? Yeah. I haven't made the ads yet, so. You know what? I can probably, well, maybe I can get it here. Hold on. If this is tied to the same thing, this is tied to the same notes app.
Oh, it's Gordy Wright.
Gordy Wright. There we go. So Gordy Wright will be on next week. And I will have, hopefully tomorrow, well, I don't know if I'll be able to post it tomorrow. Either tomorrow or Saturday, I will post the next month's ad, so you'll see who's coming. Other than that, y'all have a wonderful evening. And tune in to part 1 if you have missed part 1. It's already posted, and I'll try to post this to YouTube thereafter. Otherwise, y'all have a lovely evening, and I'll see you next week. Bye.